day of our weekend conference here on Foundations for an Exceptional Republic. I'm Casey Wheatland, Assistant Professor of Political Science here at New College of Florida. And I am thrilled for the lineup that we have today. We will have several panels, beginning with philosophical influences on the founding. Then we will have a panel on slavery and a natural rights republic. And we will conclude with religion and the founding. And following that, we will have our pedagogy session. I will introduce the first panel here, philosophical influences on the founding. But first, I would like to read something. But why is the experiment of an extended republic to be rejected merely because it may comprise what is new? Is it not the glory of the people of America that, while they have paid a decent regard to the opinions of former times and other nations, they have not suffered a blind veneration for antiquity, for custom, for names, to overrule the suggestions of their own good sense, the knowledge of their own situation, and the lessons of their own experience? To this manly spirit, posterity will be indebted for the possession, and the world for the example, of the numerous innovations displayed on the American theater in favor of private rights and public happiness. Had no important step been taken by the leaders of the Revolution, for which a precedent could not be discovered, no government established of which an exact model did not present itself, the people of the United States might at this moment have been numbered among the melancholy victims of misguided counsels, must at best have been laboring under the weight of some of those forms which have crushed the liberties of the rest of mankind. Happily for America, happily we trust for the whole human race, they pursued a new and more noble course. There is something new, something revolutionary about the founding of the United States. But there is also precedent, philosophical influences which informed the nature of this regime. We will hear about some of this morning. Let me introduce the panel. Dr. Michael Driscoll, Dr. Khalil Habib, and Dr. Jeremy Bailey. Dr. Michael Driscoll is teaching faculty at the Institute for Governance and Civics at Florida State University, where he teaches courses on the American founding, foreign policy, and political thought. Dr. Driscoll received his PhD from the Van Andel Graduate School of Statesmanship, where he earned honors for his dissertation on John Locke's political thought. His current research project focused on John Locke's views on human happiness, domestic policy, and international relations. His research also examines American citizenship, civic education, 20th century liberalism, and the relationship between social compact theory and American foreign policy. Dr. Khalil M. Habib is Associate Professor of Politics at Hillsdale College, where he teaches political philosophy and American political thought. Dr. Habib has co-edited 2 books, The Soul of Statesmanship, Shakespeare on Nature, Virtue, and Political Wisdom, and Cosmopolitanism in the Age of Globalization. Dr. Jeremy Bailey is Professor of Humanities at the Hamilton School for Classical and Civic Education at the University of Florida. He is a scholar of American political thought and constitutional development. Bailey attended Rhodes College and received his PhD from Boston College. His research focuses on political thought during the early republic and constitutional controversies concerning executive power. In addition to writing several books, including The Idea of Presidential Representation, James Madison and Constitutional Imperfection, The Contested Removal Power, and Thomas Jefferson and Executive Power, Dr. Bailey has published his scholarship in leading political science and law journals. Please welcome to the floor Dr. Michael Driscoll.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Professor Wheatland for the invitation to be part of this panel, and to New College for providing us with the opportunity to reflect upon the American founding and the foundations for an exceptional republic. It's a real treat for me to be able to speak about Locke, the founder's favorite philosopher, and his influence on the founding. Locke's name is frequently invoked during the late colonial and revolutionary periods to justify Americans' claims to liberty and self-government. He was widely regarded at the time of the Revolution as a philosopher of the First Order, and one with special insights on logic, morality, and even childhood education, not to mention his famous articulations of natural rights, social compact theory, and the right to revolution. Despite all this, and notwithstanding scholarly debates about how to measure the historical reception of a thinker like Locke, assessing exactly how Locke served as a philosophical influence on the founding, as our panel this morning demands, is not an easy task for one simple reason. There are about as many interpretations of Locke as there are interpreters of Locke. Arguably, no thinker in the Western tradition generates more disagreement, and especially in political theory, few academic discussions become as emotionally charged as commentators seem prone to reading their own aspirations and anxieties into Locke. Depending on who you read, Locke is an arch-liberal, and that's bad, an arch-liberal, and that's good, a deeply Christian thinker, and that's bad, a deeply Christian thinker, and that's good, not a Christian at all, which is good or bad. One scholar even says Locke is an intellectual predecessor to Bentham and Foucault, and that Locke's arguments for childhood education creates a panopticon-like environment that teaches children to internalize the gaze of the quasi-authoritarian father, and thus prepares those children for life in liberal society, and that's bad. Now, these disagreements make it hard enough to interpret Locke, but on top of that, many read their own Locke into the founding. So how to proceed? With my time today, I would like to offer a correction to one of the most prominent scholars to take a bad interpretation of Locke and then read it into the founding, namely Patrick Deneen of the University of Notre Dame. I don't have time to explain all the ways in which Deneen misunderstands the founders, but my hope is that in the process of correcting his interpretation of Locke, I can begin to uncover for you the Locke the founders read and who they reached for when seeking to justify and vindicate their natural rights. To summarize his presentation briefly, in his book, Why Liberalism Failed, there are two central elements to Deneen's critique of Locke and the founders. First, he says that Locke's philosophy unleashes human desires from the moorings of virtue and morality. In times past, liberty meant the freedom to pursue what was good. But for Locke, as Deneen argues, liberty is ideally the agent's ability to do whatever he likes, which demands the greatest possible pursuit and satisfaction of appetites. The second element of his critique is his argument that the purpose of law is not to restrain vice, but is meant to expand personal freedom. And for evidence, he quotes a passage from section 57 of Locke's second treatise. It goes like this: "The end of law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom." This is part of his broader argument that the aim of the institutions of modern liberal government are meant to deliver to the individual ever greater access to things that will tickle and feed him, which facilitates the individual's atomization and ensures his dependence upon the government, all the while allowing the government to arrogate more power to itself. I will argue that Deneen is wrong in both Locke's understanding of the nature of liberty. Casey is signaling, he is channeling us. I will argue that Deneen is wrong in both Locke's understanding of the nature of liberty and the purpose of law and government. To begin responding to his view, we need to revisit one of the passages that Deneen referenced, that the end of law is to preserve and enlarge freedom, because there is a section that immediately precedes Deneen's quotation that gives this passage a much different sense. This is Locke from section 57. Quote, "For law in its true notion is not so much the limitation as the direction of a free and intelligent agent to his proper interests, and prescribes no farther than is for the general good of those under that law. Could they be happier without it? The law, as a useless thing, would of itself vanish, and that ill deserves the name of confinement which hedges us in only from bogs and precipices." So let's unpack this a little bit. First, he says that the purpose of law is to direct men to their true and proper interests, and suggests that without that direction, their happiness is at stake. Put another way, if they have interests that are true and proper, which lead to happiness, it must mean that some interests are false, which, if chosen, would result in misery. Second, what about this business of hedging us in from bogs and precipices? At the time, this metaphor signifies something like guardrails against moral pitfalls. Thomas Hobbes, in the Latin version of his Leviathan, makes the same point in clearer language. This is Hobbes. "For the end of laws is not to restrain people from a harmless liberty, but to prevent them from rushing into dangers or harms to themselves or to the commonwealth from impetuous passions, rashness, or foolishness, as roads are hedged, not as an obstacle to travelers, but to prevent them from wandering off with injury to their fellow citizens." So the law serves to curtail liberty to some degree, because without guidance, individuals are likely to be blown about by their passions in a way that could harm them. There is such a thing as too much freedom. So we can see that for Locke, there is a moral component to the law, which serves to protect us from certain moral failings so that we can be truly free. Additionally, we should take note of the fact that Locke does not specify what kind of law he is talking about. And that is because, properly understood, all law shapes morality. In fact, Locke says that human law, or civil law, ought to promote the teachings of the natural law, which counsel moral behavior. In section 135 of the second treatise, Locke tells us that, quote, "The obligations of the law of nature cease not in society, but only in many cases are drawn closer and have by human laws known penalties annexed to them to enforce their observation. Thus the law of nature stands as an eternal rule to all men," end quote, which includes notably legislators. It is the responsibility of lawmakers to craft laws and policies that encourage adherence to the commands of the natural law. And as Locke says in various parts of the two treatises, these commands require that men respect the lives, families, and property of their neighbors. In fact, given the statement just quoted, I submit that one ought to read Locke's various statements regarding the conclusions of the natural law as policy proposals that the civil authority should seek to cultivate. For example, consider the following passage dealing with sex and marriage from the first treatise, the first part of the book. In section 59, which says that the sexual sins of, quote, adultery, incest, and sodomy cross the main intention of nature, which willeth the increase of mankind and the continuation of the species in the highest perfection, and the distinction of families, with the security of the marriage bed as necessary thereunto, end quote. If the natural law ought to inform civil law, then we should read this passage as a policy recommendation. And strikingly, Locke would seem to affirm this when in one of his toleration letters, he says that the magistrate must punish, quote, the dishonesty and debauchery of men's lives, end quote, and prohibit licentious sexual activities such as arbitrary divorce, polygamy, concubinage, and fornication. The reason for such restrictions is to continue the species by securing the marriage bed, meaning that the goal is to protect children who need the attention and care of their parents, which would be undermined by loose sexual practices and unstable marriages. In this respect, Locke agrees with Jefferson in his proposed revision to the Virginia Criminal Code that government would be defective in its principal purpose if it did not limit such immoral behavior. In fact, legislating morality was something Locke was very comfortable with in his own statesmanship. In the 1690s, while serving on the Board of Trade, Locke drafted a welfare proposal that aimed to encourage industriousness and punish laziness. Locke said that failure to enforce the laws on the books led to a ballooning of the beggar class, fraught with idleness, poverty, and villainy. The proposal suggested that the sources of this rise in viciousness was the relaxation of discipline, the corruption of manners, virtue and industry being as constant companions on the one side as vice and idleness are on the other. Accordingly, the first step to reforming the poor was to institute a restraint on debauchery by enforcing current laws and by the, quote, suppressing of superfluous brandy shops and unnecessary alehouses, end quote. The main thrust of the law is to disincentivize idle men from illegally begging, with the punishments varying based on the age, physical condition, or sex of the offender, and whether the offender simply neglects to find work, or if they were unable to find work that pays sufficiently well. For the serial beggars who will not seek out work, the most severe punishment is for men between the ages of 14 and 50, who are of sound limb and mind. If such men are found begging in the maritime counties, they are to be arrested and ultimately put on one of the king's ships. Once aboard, they would serve for at least 3 years under strict discipline at soldiers' pay and be punished as deserters, most likely with flogging, if they tried to escape or if they disobeyed the instructions of their superiors. Another provision in the law suggested that funds should be provided for the children of poor parents to attend working schools, where they could learn useful skills, develop a work ethic, and be obliged to attend church every Sunday, so that, quote, they may be brought into some sense of religion, whereas now they are utter strangers, both to religion and morality, end quote. It is worth noting that we do not have evidence that the founders knew of this proposal of Locke's. Nevertheless, I mention it because it is congruent with the founders' own policies. Jefferson's Poor Law is in many respects just a watered-down version of Locke's, and the founders also thought that it was appropriate for the state to make legal provision, as they did in the Northwest Ordinance, to encourage through education, quote, religion, morality, and knowledge, which are necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, end quote. So thus far, it seems that Locke has a more robust understanding of liberty and virtue than Deneen suggests. I'll now briefly address the argument that liberal institutions seek to atomize man. For Locke, the social compact is social. And hearkening back to some of the discussion from last night's panel, the point of the compact is to define a political community and to defend the group against outsiders. In other words, the social compact presupposes some differentiation of peoples prior to the formation of the compact. Locke puts it this way in the two treatises, quote, since those who liked one another so well as to join into society cannot but be supposed to have some acquaintance and friendship together, and some trust one in another, they could not but have greater apprehensions of others than of one another. And therefore their first care and thought cannot but be supposed to be how to secure themselves against foreign force, end quote. It is the affinity that a collection of people have for each other that is the precondition for their choosing to unite together and to establish government to promote their mutual security and future happiness. In this respect, Locke is in lockstep with the founders in his understanding of the social compact theory. For example, he would agree with the formulation of the theory set out in the Massachusetts Constitution of 1780 that says, quote, the body politic is formed by a voluntary association of individuals. It is a social compact by which the whole people covenants with each citizen, and each citizen with the whole people, that all shall be governed by certain laws for the common good," end quote. As I mentioned the common good, and I come to the end of my time, I want to leave you with one parting thought. In our time, it is very easy to be caught up in the social and political proclivities of the present and to let present realities shape our political horizons. I'll give you an example of what I mean. After a class I was teaching recently at Florida State, a colleague and I were talking with a student about government intrusion into our daily lives. The student responded by comedically throwing up her hands and saying, "Well, I don't have any money to my name, so what does it matter if my information is taken or if the government is constantly spying on me?" In Federalist 57, Madison speaks of the, quote, "vigilant and manly spirit which actuates the people of America, a spirit which nourishes freedom and in return is nourished by it." He then warns that if this spirit diminishes in the people, they will tolerate anything but liberty. For those of us who teach American civics, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration is an important time to remind students of the purpose of government, to promote their safety and happiness. Or, as the Massachusetts Constitution puts it, quote, "to secure the existence of the body politic, to protect it, and to furnish the individuals who compose it with the power of enjoying in safety and tranquility their natural rights and the blessings of life," end quote. Locke has a great phrase for this. "Salus populis suprema lex." The well-being of the people is the supreme law. Students need to be taught this valuable principle, and thus I encourage you to follow George Washington's counsel given in his first annual message when he suggested education as an area worthy of the Congress's deliberation. "Knowledge is the surest basis of public happiness and the security of a free constitution in part," Washington says, "because it teaches citizens to, quote, know and to value their own rights," end quote. Let's use the Semiquincentennial as an opportunity to remind students of those rights. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Where is that timer? Up here? Okay. Okay, it's on. All right, well, thank you very much for the invite, Dr. Wheatland. I agreed to this talk months ago. I didn't know who was on the panel or what they would be speaking on, but to prove to you that an invisible hand always brings panelists together, mine is on Montesquieu, and it follows directly after Dr. Driscoll's talk. And what I wanted to do was more or less introduce how I introduce Montesquieu to the study of the American founding. And at Hillsdale College, every student has to take our course, U.S. Constitution. And it's a big reader, and it has selections from all sorts of original texts. But I always teach Federalist 1 through 10, and I can't do more because of the constraints on time and the amount of material that we cover. But I always introduce his thought after we finish Federalist 9 and 10 for obvious reasons. It's the first time the Federalists mention a philosopher by name explicitly, and that, of course, is Montesquieu. The only other name they mention, if memory serves, is Polybius. But the first political philosopher is Montesquieu. And here's how Federalist 9 begins, because it's quite difficult to introduce students to Montesquieu. I just discovered that Dr. Bailey and I were actually in the same graduate seminar back in 1998 on Montesquieu, and so talk about a small world. And that was a very difficult course. It tried to cover almost all of the spirit of the laws, and there's an occupational hazard in doing that, because Montesquieu raises one theme, drops it, then picks it up again, and it's not clear where he's going. He warns us at the beginning of the spirit of the laws that it might seem like a shoddy work and arbitrarily moving from one theme to the next. So the way I like to do it is pull all the threads where Montesquieu talks about the deficiency or the problems of ancient republicanism and why the English Constitution, which he describes as a republic hidden inside of a monarchy. And when students ask me, what on earth does that mean? I say, well, think about Burger King. Here's a monarch who says you can have it your way. Right there, a very Republican theme, very democratic. It's something like that. It has a separation of powers within it, and it does have a monarchy, but it has these intermediary powers that help to check any possibility of a centralized government. So here's how Federalist 9 begins. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics, meaning small republics, of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. And in that same Federalist paper, they go on to say that the problem with this unresolved problem of ancient republicanism, they're small, prone to instability, factions, is that the partisans of monarchy who think, you see, human beings can't self-govern. You need something like a centralized authority to clamp down on all of these factions, is that there's no case that can be made for why you would want to bring about some kind of republic in the modern world. But then they go on and indicate that there's been progress made in the science of politics, namely Montesquieu. And they mention, for example, the separation of powers, representative government, a confederated republic, and then subsequent Federalist Papers will go into each of the separated powers. But if you take a look at the Book 11, Chapter 6 of the Spirit of the Laws, where Montesquieu explicitly devotes his time to the English Constitution, you're immediately struck by the fact that he's constantly comparing England to ancient Rome. And so when I first came across that, I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, because Montesquieu also has a book that was published 14 or 15 years prior to that called Considerations on the Causes of the Greatness of the Romans and Their Decline. I wonder if there's a connection there to be made. And if you turn to that book, Montesquieu does reference many times England and France, both contemporary England and contemporary France. And it's obvious from that book in the Romans, he's actually illustrating very vividly what the problem of ancient republicanism was. So it's a bit difficult, but if you're introducing Montesquieu in the context of the American founding, you can at least look at the first half of the book on the Romans and then connect it to Book 11, because Book 11 does presuppose you have a working knowledge of how Montesquieu treats the ancient republic. So what was the cause of Rome's greatness and its decline? That's the title. And of course, it begs the question, well, what was it? And it turns out, ironically enough, that the cause of Rome's greatness was the very cause of its decline. So what was its primary cause? He tells us in the book on the Romans that the primary cause of its greatness was a principle, and that's a term that Montesquieu uses throughout the Spirit of the Laws. When he looks at a monarchy, he says the fundamental spring or principle of a monarchy is honor. And in a republic, it's love of equality, love of the homeland. And in a despotism, the spring or principle is fear. The ruler rules according to fear, and centralizes authority in all branches of government. And Montesquieu thinks no matter what kind of government you have three powers, period. You have the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. The question is, how are they organized? In a despotism, one man controls all. And then in a monarchy and in a republic, they're dispersed. And in a monarchy, Montesquieu says, in how he defines a monarchy, it's not just simply a king ruling. It's a monarchy in which intermediary powers, such as the nobility, even the church or religion, are pushing up against and resisting centralization of power. But what's amazing about this particular book, though, he uses that same term, principle. But Rome, classical Rome in that book, isn't actually governed by any of those principles. None of those springs are really there, except one that he doesn't identify again in the Spirit of the Laws. So what was the principle of ancient Rome, according to the book on the Romans? The principle of continual warfare. And he says that that was the principle that animated ancient Rome. If you look at how he looks at the classification of regimes in the Spirit of the Laws, you don't see that. So you're thinking, well, how can that be? Well, because he thinks that he is advancing an improvement on ancient republicanism. He needs to show us what the problem of ancient republicanism is so that he can show us what the solution of it is. So that is the relationship between these two books. So you need to identify what the problem. So why is the principle of constant warfare a problem? Montesquieu says that from the very outset of the book, that you can't look at ancient Rome from contemporary eyes. You can't look at their ruins, you can't look at Cicero, and you can't look at the late Republic or the early empire and really identify what was its original cause. He says you have to go back to when they were ruled by kings and when the triumph as an institution was introduced to further continue the quest for domination, expansion. And so the principle of constant warfare meant that the Romans had to institute ways to constantly keep the love of expansion going. And to the extent that they established institutions, it was always to serve their relentless desire for conquest. And so that principle led to its greatness, but then consequently, that very same principle led to its decline, because what ended up happening is that its constitution was not able to sustain its massive territory. In other words, there was no way for the Romans to have a confederated republic. It was not established for stability. So when you turn to chapter 9 in the book on the Romans, typical Montesquieu, the title is Two Causes of Rome's Ruin. And then as you read it, he says like there's 12. Typical Montesquieu, so you're like, wait a minute, what happened to the two? Here's what happened to them. And his basic point in that book is that Rome's initial institutions, after they expelled Tarquin, was to have two proconsuls, annual rotation, so that the citizen soldiers wouldn't become too attached to a general, and there was some kind of check against that ambition. They kept the practice of triumphs, which means you conquer a people, and then you get to parade them as slaves, and then there was a distribution of all of the booty that they accumulated in that conquest. And if they took over a people, they assimilated them into the military. They gave them the same rights and privileges, just shy of full citizenship. But what happened was, when Rome, precisely because of the principle of continual war, it necessarily leads to a military empire. And Montesquieu is not a fan of military empires, and he thinks that he can disabuse us of this notion if we study the ancient Romans. To prove this point, when Montesquieu turns in chapter 9 to the two primary causes, he identifies these two, but there's like an infinite qualification of causes, so just be aware. If you haven't read that, you're going to be puzzled why he enumerates like 5, 6 on one page and then another 5. He says the following: when the domination of Rome was limited to Italy, the republic could easily maintain itself. So right there, the emphasis on its constitution. Its constitution was suited only for a small territory. It was only suited for a small republic. As soon as it expanded, the institution wasn't scalable and it started to fall apart. But he reminds us of what made it so great to begin with. When it was small and limited to a small territory, a soldier was equally a citizen, and that is crucial. The strength of early Rome was in the fact that citizen soldiers ran things. They were vested in the country. When they fought, they were fighting for their family, for their homeland, for their territory. Every council, he says, raised an army, and other citizens went to war in their turn under their successors. So number 2 of their cause for greatness is that there were annual rotations. This actually continued the quest for domination because you had only 1 year to prove you were worthy of that office. And so they said they wanted to do great enterprises, and the way to do that was to continually expand and to prove your mettle. And then, of course, once it expanded, the citizen soldier was no more. The annual consulship rotation was no more. But then he goes on, since the number of troops was not excessive, care was taken to admit into the militia only people who had enough property to have an interest in preserving the city. So there were a property qualification. You had not only to be a citizen, but you had to have property. Later, in Romans history, they opened the floodgates when they were so big that they were introducing non-citizens into the military. It became too large, too multicultural, and that third aspect of their greatness started to become undermined. And then he says, finally, the Senate was able to observe the conduct of the generals and remove any that they thought might have violated any of their duty. So in other words, there was Senate oversight. There was a close relationship between the military and the Senate. So there were sort of some kind of crude separation of powers, or at the very least, some kind of checks. But here is the danger that Montesquieu warns about: empire. Empire for the Romans was only possible through their military. And he says the following: when the legions crossed the Alps and the sea, the warriors who had to be left in the countries they were subjugating for the duration of several campaigns gradually lost their citizen spirit. That's astonishing. So one of the lessons that Montesquieu draws there is that whatever you do in foreign affairs or foreign policy will eventually come home to roost in your own nation. So what was the significance of crossing and going beyond a small territory and a small republic? For one, that first cause of their greatness, the citizen soldier, was destroyed. You couldn't distinguish a citizen from a soldier in ancient Rome. As soon as the military took on a role unique to it, and now the Senate had less and less oversight, certain consequences began to happen. Citizens were no longer on short leashes, citizen soldiers. And the wars now would take decades and from far distant places. And so place Familiarity with one's own started to weaken. It was just simply too big. And the first thing he notes is that the citizen spirit died. Well, where did it go, though? It had to have transformed into another direction. And he says, and the generals who disposed of armies and kingdoms sensed their own strength and could obey no longer. So in other words, something like a military-industrial complex emerged within Rome, where the military, which was essentially the main cause of its growth because the principle of constant war was lodged within that organization, the generals also lost any sense of the common good, any sense of Rome. They essentially started to become cults of personality. And so he says the following: the soldiers then began to recognize no one but their general, to base all their hopes on him, and to feel more remote from the city. They were no longer soldiers of the Republic, but those of Sulla, Marius, Pompey, and Caesar. And so there you have it. Empire, the kind that Rome exemplified, was a republic that was no more. It had all of the features of a republic, but once it expanded, it wasn't able to scale those checks. And as soon as the military and the civilian world was split, and there was no connection anymore with military interest and civilian interest, Rome became essentially a tyranny. And then there's one other problem. He says that's one major cause. The second is that the empire, the greatness of the empire ruined the republic because the greatness of the city was destroyed. Now, what does he mean by that? He says that once Rome became so big, it no longer had a unified Roman vision. It had all these different cultures from different parts of the world. And when Rome in its past was unified, at least with respect to what its end was, liberty, no people can conquer us. We conquer, we dominate, we are free. There was no longer, he says, a unity of vision. And so consequently, the rise of demagoguery and factions started to get a grip on Rome's civilian life. He says the following: after this, Rome was no longer a city whose people had but a single spirit, a single love of liberty, a single hatred of tyranny, a city where the jealousy of the Senate's power and the prerogatives of the great, always mixed with respect, was only a love of equality. Once the peoples of Italy became its citizens, each city brought to Rome its genius, its particular interest, and its dependence on some great protector. What were the consequences? And here I think Montesquieu articulates, in addition to the principle of constant war, what else made Rome great. He says the following: the distracted city no longer formed a complete whole. And since citizens were such only by a kind of fiction, so the first thing is they couldn't define a citizen anymore. Citizenship was just a legal term that had no meaning. Too many different clans, too many different interests, too many different groups around the world had their own competing vision of what a citizen was. And so he goes on, and since they no longer had the same magistrates, the same walls, meaning they were confined to one area, he says they no longer shared the same gods. So there Montesquieu indicates, as he indicates later in the Spirit of the Laws, that religion does play a civic role, and it should unite a city and not disunite it. But various different peoples came from different parts of the world with different conceptions of religion. And so the unity that made it great initially started to fray. The same temples, which is interesting, because the temples are where communities were formed. Just as today, if you go to a church, a synagogue, the temple, you end up forming a community centered around your own religion. But now they have various different temples, and then they no longer have the same graves, meaning they no longer shared a common ancestry. And what was the result? And I'll leave you with this. He says, as a result, the ambitious entered cities so that they could disturb voting. They recognized that all these different groups now form voting blocks, and so they encouraged open borders even more. And then they decided that they would start demagoguing and rise to power. And eventually, this led to civil wars and social wars. So what is then his solution in the Spirit of the Laws? First of all, Montesquieu thinks that the principle of constant warfare is a self-defeating principle. The point of the book on the Romans is to show that if that is the foundation of your government, you are necessarily going to have to become a military empire. And the moment you're a military empire, you don't have the institutions of a republic, that scaffolding that can maintain it. So in the Spirit of the Laws, when you finally get to what he's talking about with the English Constitution, it's not just simply limited to Book 11. You have to see it in light of Book 20, which is on commerce, What did England do? At least the England of his time, that was different. What England did is it had a separation of powers, and in particular, an independent judicial system. And so he spends a lot of time talking about juries. And he thinks that of all the branches of government, this is the one that should be the most democratic. Juries should be chosen according to one's peers. The accused should have the presumption of innocence and should have the veto on who the jurors are, and even the judge. And so this infinite number of checks created what Montesquieu describes as liberty in Book 11. And I have to just read you this, because he builds on Locke, and then he improves him in a different direction. Chapter 3, what is liberty? This might as well come out of John Locke. It is true that in democracies, the people seem to do what they want, but political liberty is in no way consistent with doing what you want. That's Locke's distinction between license and liberty. But where is it different? Like Locke, he wants a separation of powers, but with Montesquieu, the judiciary is entirely independent. So tell me if this doesn't sound familiar. To have liberty, he says, and so that one cannot abuse power. Power must check power by the arrangement of its institutions. And of course, anyone familiar with the Federalists knows that they'll hear that formula repeated. And then eventually what he does is he gets to how England was able to get its constitutional house in order. And here's his definition of liberty. I've got 1 minute, I'll make it really quick. Liberty is the opinion of one's security, that they no longer have to fear the arbitrary abuse of power. What he means is a constitution is set up in such a way that there are so many checks that you don't have to fear arbitrary decrees ruining your property and your rights. When he gets to the commerce, he says commerce can only exist, prosperity can only take place when a nation is free. That kind of expansion, commercial expansion, under a properly guided liberal, democratic, and republic constitution leads to prosperity and a different kind of expansion, one that can be conducted through trade and prosperity. And that can be scalable. That can be a confederated republic. But to see how that solution works, you have to first begin with his book on the Romans. So, thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Thanks to Casey Wheatland, and thanks to my friend David Mickix for inviting me, having me here, and hosting me. It's great. I want to talk about 3 documents. This talk is developed, it's my first time actually giving this presentation. It's developed from my next book on Jefferson, which is coming out in September. Today I want to emphasize 3 documents, 2 especially, but if you don't, you need to get the handout, so I'm not reading long quotes to you. So if you don't have the handout, I encourage you to get the handout or get somebody to give you the handout. We'll talk mostly about the letters to Henry Lee and to Roger Waitman, which are quite famous, maybe in the top 10 of let's say, Jefferson letters. The other one, which I'm not going to talk about too much, but you have here, is a letter to Earl, which is not so famous, maybe not even known, but it's a restatement of his so-called Earth Belongs to the Living letter. And there's nothing else like it in Jefferson's writings, in the sense that there's nothing as parsimonious, as condensed, as axiomatic. Perhaps the only thing like it is the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, which is roughly the same word count as the key passage in the letter to Earl. Finally, all 3 of these letters were written near the end of his life, and they were all written with the expectation to be published widely in the newspapers. Okay, so the letter to Lee. This comes in the context of a discussion in the newspapers about who deserves credit for the Virginia Constitution of 1776. That discussion, called about the first modern written constitution, sparked Henry Lee's interest in historical documents in my own possession, he writes Jefferson. These documents included Mason's Declaration of Rights, the instructions to the Virginia delegation in Congress to present an enumeration of our grievances, and a plan of opposition authored by 2 of his family members. Henry Lee then made an observation that seemed to extend Woodward's inquiry about whom should receive credit for the Virginia Constitution to whom should receive credit for the ideas of the Declaration of Independence. Although there is no doubt that Jefferson would enjoy immortality because of the strength, simplicity, and grandeur of the Declaration, it would seem that the papers in Lee's possession form the materials, or might have formed the materials, out of which the fine principles of the Declaration of Independence arose. In other words, Lee was asking Jefferson whether other men deserved the credit Jefferson had received as the author. Not only was he asking about the text, he was also asking about the principles. Now, Jefferson likely suspected Lee's intentions. Lee's father was a political enemy, and by Lee's own account, had supported the Sedition Act in 1798. Lee's father also supported Aaron Burr for president during the election crisis of 1800. It is also perhaps relevant that after Jefferson's death, Lee published a scathing attack on Jefferson. There, Lee went out of his way to argue that any merit in both the Declaration and the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, religious liberty, should be credited to Locke, not Jefferson, a charge his own father had made at some point to Jefferson himself. Further, Lee elevated George Mason at the cost of Jefferson. As a lawgiver, he says, Mr. Jefferson was far inferior to a man whom in popular favor and public honors he greatly outstripped. This man was George Mason. Not only was Jefferson an unoriginal thinker and an inferior lawgiver, but he was also a middling stylist. In Lee's assessment, the Declaration exhibits none of the higher powers of composition, and though suited to the great occasion, was not equal to it. Though it is true that Jefferson could not have known exactly what Lee would eventually publish after his death, it is safe to say that Jefferson was on guard. To deal with Lee, Jefferson returned to an exchange he had had with Madison 2 years earlier about who deserves credit for the Declaration, and more broadly for the ideas animating the American Revolution. The prominent Massachusetts Federalist Timothy Pickering had been arguing, especially in public, in an oration on July 4th, 1823, that the Declaration contained not many new ideas. It was a compilation of facts and sentiments stated and expressed in some preceding years. Pickering wanted to restore the credit for the Revolution to Massachusetts. After all, James Otis had made the case for natural rights far earlier. And combined with John Adams's differing recollections of the drafting of the document, Pickering's argument threatened to undermine Jefferson's importance. Now, Madison had already exchanged letters with John Adams about this, making the case that the men of 1776 deserved some credit, even if the principles of independence came, as Adams had said, with the first settlers of Massachusetts. Now, in this context, Jefferson wrote Madison, his friend, a defensive letter in 1823, correcting the record and explaining that he turned to neither book nor pamphlet while writing it. He praised Adams, who, like the ceaseless action of gravity, kept the question before Congress. And on the question of credit, he acknowledged, we may ask, what of these elevated thoughts were new or can be affirmed never before to have entered the conceptions of man? Now, Madison responded in agreement. You don't have this passage, but I'm going to read it. It's a little long. This is Madison. Nothing can be more absurd than the cavil that the Declaration contains known and not new truths. The object was to assert, not to discover truths, and to make them the basis of the Revolutionary Act. The merit of the draft, therefore, could only consist in a lucid enunciation of human rights, in a condensed enumeration of the reasons for such an exercise of them, in a style and tone appropriate to the great occasion and to the spirit of the American people. The subject did not return in the correspondence between Jefferson and Madison, but Jefferson clearly returned to Madison's letter when he composed his response to Henry Lee. Jefferson also seems to have remembered a passage from David Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, where Hume wrote of the common sense of mankind in conjunction with a list of philosophers, including Cicero, Aristotle, and Locke. Jefferson took the language from both Madison and Hume to write one of his most famous set of sentences. And you have the letter to Lee, which talks about the American mind, Aristotle, Cicero, Locke, et cetera, the common sense of the subject. It's very famous. I encourage you to use it in your classrooms. Also to invite students to reflect on the differences of the letter to Waitman. Now, Jefferson clearly borrowed from his friend Madison. Following Madison, Jefferson answered the question of originality by emphasizing the object of the Declaration. But Jefferson's version pivoted away from human rights and instead emphasized the distinctive Americanness of the document. It was not original, but represented the American mind. In so doing, Jefferson's version also shifted the framing from the question of originality to the question of the creation of a particular place and a particular people. But Jefferson did not leave it simply at that. He added an interlined passage that says, terms so plain and firm as to command their assent and to justify ourselves the independent stand we are compelled to take. This addition in the second draft substantially changed the letter by revealing just where Jefferson could claim credit. That credit grows out of an important fact of political life. Specifically, the interlined addition reveals not only that all American Whigs thought alike on the subject, but perhaps more important, these same American Whigs needed to be organized in a way, or commanded, to assemble their thoughts around a particular direction and object. Now, as president, Jefferson privately explained to the governor of Virginia that executive action could bring the wills of individuals to a point of union and effect, thereby giving form and body to the floating ardor of our countrymen. The same principle applies here. The authors of the Declaration deserve credit not for the ideas fueling revolutionary spirit, but because those ideas were not new. But these men, and especially Jefferson himself, did deserve credit for putting those ideas into words, words that can organize action and therefore make the revolution possible. Nevertheless, the particularity of this document and the body and shape of it demands explanation. What is it that makes one nation different from another, as the first paragraph of the Declaration claims? What is it that reveals to a group of individuals that they are in fact one people who may decide to declare that they wish to separate from another people? The long train of abuses documenting that a government is not securing rights can justify the decision. But what makes the decision cognizable in the first place? Now, the political theorist Danielle Allen argues that the right to self-government arises from the capacity for self-government. As she puts it, this capacity has little to do with financial or military power, but instead has to do with the society's ability to arrive at decisions for the whole that the individuals will respect and obey. Not every society has this capacity, but its underlying impulse, as she sees it, is natural and grows out of a mystery force, she calls it, a drive to survive. In her view, the Declaration argues that a people have a natural right to a properly constituted government, in part because governments are necessary to secure rights, but also because all men and women naturally desire this for themselves. Now, in my view, the letter to Lee suggests a further necessary step, namely posits that this American mind first needed a leader in words, to make that mind conscious of itself. In this way, the Declaration was central to the Revolution, and therefore to self-government more broadly. Now I'll turn to the letter to Waitman. On June 14, 1826, Washington, D.C. Mayor Roger Waitman wrote Jefferson to invite him to the Capitol on behalf of a committee appointed by the citizens of Washington. The city would be celebrating the 50th anniversary of American independence in a manner worthy of the metropolis of the nation. As it wished to honor Jefferson as one of the last three signers of the Declaration still living. Without referring to Jefferson's age, Waitman offered a special deputation that would accompany Jefferson to and from his home at Monticello. Waitman wrote John Adams on the same day with the same invitation. Adams responded on June 22nd, saying that the present state of my health would prevent his attendance. He offered his best wishes for the increasing prosperity of your city and the constant health of its inhabitants. Jefferson also declined for health reasons, and he especially regretted not being able to gather with the other signers, that small band, that remnant of that host of worthies who joined with us on that day. Jefferson did, unlike Adams, however, go further in an attempt to transform the invitation into an opportunity to explain the significance of the Declaration of Independence. This is notable because Waitman's invitation specifically emphasized recognition of the 50th anniversary of American independence, not the Declaration per se. It is true that Jefferson was invited as one of the signers of the Declaration, but also invited were the other living presidents. When Jefferson responded as one of the surviving signers of the Declaration, which was an instrument, he said, that was pregnant with our own and the fate of the world, he was shifting the subject not only from the Revolution to the Declaration, but also from the past to the future. Jefferson did so with the expectation that the letter be published, and given his health, likely with the expectation that this could be his last public statement. The letter to Waitman was almost immediately published, alongside Waitman's invitation as well as the response by Adams around the country. The first publication was on July 4th, the day Jefferson and Adams died, in the Washington papers, the Daily National Intelligencer and the Daily National Journal. The next day it appeared in the Baltimore Patriot. By July 8th, it made it to the New York Evening Post, and 2 days later to Pennsylvania's National Gazette and Literary Register. By the end of July, the letter would appear in over 50 newspapers around the nation. A woodcut broadside was created with the illustration of liberty together with representatives from continents around the world. A few years later, the letter began to be republished in recognition of July 4th and its festivities. Now, the reply to Waitman is characteristic Jefferson. It is thundering and exultant at the same time. It presumes that the subject has something to do with the fate of the world and choosing between submission or the sword. It is also characteristic in its borrowing from the print language of the day and repurposing it for Jefferson's own ends. In her book on the Declaration, Pauline Maier pointed out that the booted and spurred metaphor came from the final speech of an English colonel who was executed for treason in 1685. But that was not the only line that Jefferson repurposed. The phrase monkish ignorance and superstition likely came from William Cobbett, who in turn seems to have misquoted a line from William Blackstone. Now, the line appears in Cobbett's History of the Protestant Reformation in England and Ireland, which Cobbett published between 1824 and 1826. Cobbett was English by birth and worked as a bookseller, pamphleteer, and journalist in the United States. Jefferson would have known him as a Federalist nuisance. During the election of 1800, for example, Cobbett had gone so far as to mock Jefferson for writing letters to the black mathematician Banneker and for Jefferson's praise of Chief Logan, a Mingo chief. Cobbett also spent considerable effort dodging and defending himself against lawsuits for libel in the United States and sedition in England. And Jefferson even blamed at another time Cobbett for being the source of John Adams's opinion about the excesses of the French Revolution, an opinion that was central to the break between Jefferson and Adams. Now, in his History of the Protestant Reformation, Cobbett denounced the Protestant histories of Britain, including Blackstone, who in fact lived upon the spoils of the Catholic Church, according to Cobbett. He blamed Blackstone for equating Catholicism with the dark ages of monkish ignorance and superstition, hence the line, and instead celebrated the accomplishments of Catholics over time. Jefferson thus appropriated Cobbett's phrase, redirecting it to target religion as the enemy of enlightenment. Above all, Jefferson's language in Letter to Waitman was unburdened from Henry Lee's pointed question as to whether Jefferson himself deserved credit as the author of the Declaration. Instead, Jefferson offered a vision of the Declaration, of what the Declaration would become. May it believe to the world what I believe it will be. And by the world, Jefferson meant all of it, explaining in parentheses, to some parts sooners, to others later, but finally to all. In this, Jefferson looked to the international future rather than the American past. His wish and his prediction was that the Declaration would serve as a teaching agent of the self-evident truths, undergirding the blessings of liberty and the security of self-government. In particular, it would counteract centuries of despotism by serving as a signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves. In contrast to ignorance and superstition aided by power, the American form of self-government had restored the free right to the unbounded exercise of reason and freedom of opinion. In this, there is some unity with the letter to Lee. There, Jefferson borrowed from Madison's statement of the object of the Declaration, but changed it by emphasizing the role that the firm and plain words of the Declaration, his words, played in commanding colonial Americans to separate from Britain and resume their separate and equal status among the nations of the world. Jefferson was again explicitly connecting self-government to the Enlightenment project. But in a potential clarification of the Declaration, reason and opinion are now featured before equality. In the Declaration, equality is offered as a self-evident truth. But in the letter to Waitman, the fact of equality is only recognizable with the aid of reason, in particular the kind of reason that has to surmount the monkish ignorance and superstition of the anti-philosophers who have an interest in keeping things in their present state. Moreover, by combining equality with respect to rule and with respect to one's own labor, the letter to Waitman draws on the letter to Earl. The general spread of the light of science teaches the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs to be legitimately ridden by a favored few. The letters to Earl, Lee, and Waitman teach three interconnected lessons. The first is that peoplehood is not an inheritance. Each generation constitutes a new people, a people that is sovereign with respect to what happened before it. The second follows from the first. Because peoplehood cannot be inherited, it must be constructed. This requires the settling of land and the creation of government institutions. But the latter first requires some firm and plain articulation that can gather separate individuals around a common endeavor. Because this common endeavor cannot be inherited, each generation must find its own articulation. The third lesson is that the success of this articulation depends on its proximity to certain scientific truths. The truths both undermine the efforts by anti-philosophers who wish to keep people in subjection and create the basis for a union of sentiment. Jefferson spent his life trying to teach all three lessons and in so doing created an American people. Now, from the backward view of history, what is most perhaps amazing is Jefferson's confidence in his own project. Jefferson's faith in a world governed by natural rights was akin to his prediction in the second inaugural that his union of sentiment would govern the United States. This confidence was perhaps the source for his lazy agnosticism of his theory of generational sovereignty that allowed him to look the other way with respect to the younger generation's comfort with slavery. But it also differs because it presumes that there's a direction of human history, and because it presumes a contest between the good and the bad, between those on the side of reason and those against it. The opponents, whether they be anti-philosophers or monkish supporters of raw head and bloody bones, would be tolerated by their ideas, but their ideas would necessarily be doomed. And like Native Americans, their way of life quietly eliminated. In the long view, the freedoms of religion and press would be soldiers on behalf of an enlightened unanimity that would flatten the world. But how might this confidence translate into action today? It would appear that by Jefferson's own words, the self-evident truths of the Declaration need more than the spread of science in order to come about. At a minimum, these truths need a leader to teach them or put them in words and provide them form and shape. And they need a people who are willing and able to live by reflection and choice rather than by accident and force. Or as he put it to Coles, the American people needed someone during the Revolution to carry them the whole length of the principles which they had invoked for themselves. But this very example, taken from Jefferson's failure to move Virginia towards gradual emancipation in the 1770s, teaching that it is possible, perhaps likely, that the people will not be carried in any particular given moment. This was certainly the case for the young men of Coles's Virginia who would not be carried towards anti-slavery. The problem with Jefferson, then, is that he never fully explains why people will not be carried. From the letter to Waitman, we might conclude that the problem is that the people are not educated, and once exposed to the light of science, they will follow. But it could also be the case that men and women naturally resist uniformity, that liberty is closer to diversity, and to the desire to be contrarian and to live on one's own terms. This natural tendency against uniformity would seem to be compatible with the possibility that the truth that the earth belongs to the living is also a truth that reason will unveil itself alongside other truths. If so, does this latter truth ultimately teach the lessons of moral quietude, a lesson that Jefferson seemed to have learned from the prayers of old Priam? Or rather, does it recommend moral humility in the face of the inevitability that both the coalitions of political power and notions of political right will change? Or finally, does it reveal the need for lasting accomplishments and lessons made firm and plain by institutions and words that endure over time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a microphone, so we'll go around. Raise your hand if you have a question. Start over here.
Thank you so much for your excellent panel. Dr. Driscoll, this question is for you. In your talk on Locke, you mentioned the idea that there can be such a thing as too much of liberty. I want to draw, it seems to me, that the problem is the lack of authority in the state of nature. That when you have this realm of total freedom, there isn't agreement about what the good of man is or what happiness is. If there were, how would you have war and conflict? So it seems like there is this moment of freedom, or you might say total freedom, that exists prior to society. How do you... Isn't there a problem if you say, there's someone who represents reason as such or has the knowledge of good as such, and there's disagreement on that point? How should we think about that question or that problem in light of?
So maybe I can try to restate what I take to be your question, which is, so the reason Locke says in the second treatise that you exit the state of nature is because it's unstable, because individuals disagree or come into conflict when they're trying to pursue their own ends. And so the presumption would seem to be then that you need to we need to establish some sort of authority that will set limits to those things. And so then the question is something of what is there a tension between one who gets to decide what the common good is, rather than and is it definitive that individuals have to give up their own pursuit of the good life as they understand it in forming this compact? Is that what I take to be your basic theme? Yeah. So I think there's a couple of ways to get at that question. The primary answer for Locke, I think, comes in that same chapter, in chapter 9 of the two treatises, second treatise, where he says, he gives this reason for why men exit the state of nature, which is that nature lacks the powers of government. There's no known legislation, there's no promulgated law, there's no enforcement, there's no independent judiciary. But at the end of that section, he says that while this may seem like a lack of liberty, the uncertainty of the natural condition is such that you don't actually get to enjoy your liberty anyway. In some respects, there's a sort of one could make a kind of analogy between Locke's argument there and the argument that Professor Habib mentioned from Montesquieu, which is the feeling of one's own security is lacking in the state of nature. And so when the individuals form the social compact, Locke says they do so with an intention to be better off than they currently are. That in some respect, that there's a lack of freedom in maybe this ultimate sense of the sort of total autonomy to do as you wish, but that's not ultimately better. So there could be, Locke is trying to argue that for the most part, for most people, civilization is going to provide a better way of life than unmitigated freedom in the state of nature. This does, though, cause a potential problem for people who may not be satisfied by society. Who may, to use Lincoln's phrase, or the family of the lion and the tribe of the eagle. Those are people who may not be satisfied by this program. That being said, Locke is firmly of the opinion that reason, properly understood, would point us in the direction of using our liberty in the ways he says. So the point of natural law is that these sort of things that we hold in common, that everybody wants their property, everyone wants to enjoy their freedom, and everyone wants to be secured in their life and enjoy their ability to associate with others, that's a sufficient reason to give up a certain degree of autonomy in that respect.
Can I, so Dr. Lippincott asked a question that I think goes to the heart of Montesquieu's contribution to Locke's project. So Book 11 and Book 12 in the Spirit of the Laws have to be read together, and they address your very question. And the title of Book 11 is On the Laws That Form Political Liberty in relation to the Constitution. And then in chapter 12, on the laws that form political liberty in relation to the citizen. Unlike Locke, Montesquieu does not look at liberty outside of a constitution, ever. And the reason why Montesquieu would say the state of nature quickly devolves into a state of war is that there's no separation of powers. Locke gets there eventually. And so when he defines, he being Montesquieu, what liberty is, he says that in a state, in an actual state, not in a state of nature, that is, in a society where there are laws, liberty can only consist in having the power to do what one would want to do and in no way being constrained to do what one should not want to do. So, in other words, Montesquieu thinks I can get you Locke's ends, prosperity, protection of rights, the pursuit of happiness, pursuit of property, but you can't do it beginning with an abstract principle about a liberty that exists outside of a constitutional order. Does that sort of address the question? No. Okay.
Next question.
So this question's, thank you for everybody for your presentation. This question's primarily for Mr. Habib. So France has this incredible philosopher, Montesquieu, who clearly points out that liberty no longer is where you no longer have arbitrary abuse. He lays out the, separation of powers. He puts a huge emphasis on independent jury. Why did they have such inability to figure this out in the French Revolution?
Yeah, by the time, so the Spirit of the Laws has a running commentary on what's going on in France. It's subtle because he did critique a lot of what Louis XIV had done. In fact, it was a chapter originally in this book on the Romans that he withdrew because it was too obviously critical of France. And what was he critical of? The centralization of government. And so he withdrew it, and it's only recently been translated into English. It's called On Universal Monarchy in Europe. And if you read the Spirit of the Laws, you can see what he's getting at anyway. When he looks at England, it's a foil to what's not happening in France. And so in a way, you can see that the Spirit of the Laws is already predicting something like a French Revolution, and it's a warning to his contemporaries that there's way too much centralization. And then he ends his discussions on England warning the English that they could too go down that path, because England, he says, and so quite often when you read big names on Montesquieu, they say England is his perfect model. That's not really true, because in at least 2 places he warns that England is already starting to show signs that it's weakening its intermediary powers, that England already is allowing the nobility to engage in commerce and undermining hereditary nobility. Montesquieu thinks a good constitutional republic should have a hereditary nobility that does not engage in commerce, but England is drifting in that potential direction. So he thinks England in his sort of romanticized version of it is far better than France, but France is heading down that path of potentially having a revolution. And so he, I think, foreshadows it in many ways. It was too far gone, too much centralization.
In what ways has our country developed too much centralization, or?
Yeah, well, I would say that the biggest problem from Montesquieu's point of view would be the administrative state. Montesquieu's separation of powers, as he says in Book 11, is ambition checking ambition. It has to be accountable. It has to be elected. It has to be able to be recalled. And the problem with the administrative state is it starts to resemble the administrative state in Tocqueville's book on the French Revolution, where you start to see France essentially developing something like an administrative state run out of Versailles, where local political liberty is essentially non-existent. And what ends up happening is you have a generation of citizens who are no longer self-governing. By the time they've been stripped of any kind of freedom and the only game in town is an administration that has no direct relation to ruling, in that book, Tocqueville says the French started embracing wild, radical ideas that were completely disconnected from reality. And so the fanatic character of the French Revolution grew out of people who had lost their local liberty. In America, in its founding, never had that problem. But you can see political extremism arising today because people feel that they're being ignored by politics, and it doesn't seem like representative government is really representing the consent of the governed. And again, Montesquieu in the same Book 11 says the most dangerous branch of government to ever be corrupt is the legislative branch. If the legislative branch refuses to legislate and be held accountable for laws that they introduce and pass, whether through the judiciary or through its own representatives, he says then you will soon have an administrative state and have a despotism. And sadly, I think that's probably it's not a fault of the founding, it's the fault of rejecting the founding and introducing something like an administrative state. Montesquieu would say that this would be a very dangerous development in the American country.
In relation to your point about the decline of Rome based on its proclivity to empire, one could also make the same argument of America's national security state.
Oh, no
Which
question.
is, run away and unaccountable on the same grounds as the administrative state, but explicitly in the ways that Montesquieu says are problematic.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I mean, I don't know what grades you're teaching or if you do cover Montesquieu. All you need is just the first half of this book, just to see how a government is going to fulfill its principle, no matter what. So if its principle is constant war, it's going to become a military empire. And the problem is there's no way to check such a thing. That's the story of ancient Rome. Once it fulfilled the promise of its own principle, became an empire, it became basically a military despotism. The principle directing you towards liberty, constitutional liberty, he thinks that there would be checks and there would be commerce, but it would be always in the service of making sure that the government branches are never corrupted by special interest. And he does mention, I know, but that I think is a scary development as well, what Mike just said.
We would need a revolt to insist on congressional term limits, possibly.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, no argument there.
This question is for Dr. Habib as well, and it's kind of building on what you were just speaking about. It definitely seems like you're talking about Rome was not able to scale, and that you were alluding to that it got too big too fast. So I'm curious about how you feel about our current state as a nation, and do you think that we have unity of vision, which they seem to be lacking to a certain degree, and they couldn't define a citizen anymore? How do you think that relates to our current citizenship test? And then the whole continual warfare, do you propose more of an isolationism policy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the tricky thing with Montesquieu is there's infinite qualifications to virtually everything he says. So in the book on the Romans, that kind of multiculturalism, for lack of a better phrase, was problematic to Rome because it did not have the scalable constitution to ensure that a diversity of thought and vision wouldn't end up cannibalizing itself. When you look at England, he says they can have religious toleration and religious freedom because the Constitution was set up to allow that kind of civic religion. And he says there you can have exactly what Rome couldn't have because its Constitution was directed at decentralizing public opinion, decentralizing any kind of religious or political authority. So the solution for Montesquieu is a constitution whose sole end and purpose is liberty. And he defines liberty as the conviction that the laws can never be used arbitrarily, but it's contingent on vigilant citizenship. He wants there to be active participation. He welcomes parties. He welcomes factions in the same way that the Federalists do. They don't want to squash factions, but they want to control their effects. They're deriving this from those chapters. And he says there, various opinions always keep your skin in the game, because if the balance of power shift at any time, then people could potentially lose what they deem to be liberty. For Montesquieu, this is actually a healthy mindset. The one thing that he warns about is that unlike the ancient world, commerce now is the sinews of war. So in the book on the Romans, he says the Romans were able to reverse engineer Carthaginian ships because they were so primitive. But in the modern world, you need an economy to be able to have a modern military. But you can't have an economy if you don't have a constitution of liberty, because the other danger is the kind of economy Carthage had. And he says it was crony capitalism and it was predatory, and it was really special interest inside Carthage. So on the outside, it looks like a commercial republic. As you go through the book, you realize it actually wasn't a commercial republic. It was a republic that was governed by oligarchs. It was oligarchic, and the constitution there served only those who were in power. So by the time you see England in the context of modern commerce, commerce in England, he says, they always put national interest and national sovereignty first. So he praises tariffs and protectionism. Now, Montesquieu recognizes that war is an inevitable and ugly part of politics, but he thinks that the best way to win modern wars is if you have the commercial industry capable of engaging war. We're no longer Rome. We can't, it's not easy to reverse engineer nuclear weapons. There are some parts of the world now that are starting to realize that their economic and political house are not designed for that. So they're fighting with primitive weapons against a mighty country that can have a military industry. With respect to citizenship, Montesquieu does think there are some limits, obviously, and he does think that England is a unique people. He does think that the kind of diversity that they do have, nevertheless, is anchored in the fundamental belief in their constitution. Where it becomes dangerous, like Rome, is when you no longer believe, it's John Jay. We share a common language, we share common acceptance of the political principles. If you get to the point where there's just no agreement anymore on what those are, if it gets to the point where you have demagoguery and trying to do an end run around the Constitution, then you have that balkanization where you can't even define what a citizen is anymore. But England could always, at that point, America in its early period knew exactly what an American citizen was and was not. But when you get this big and when you have an administrative state and then people are not held accountable and you don't have representation, then you're replicating the problems of Rome at a massive scale. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentations today. Now, all of you were referencing primary sources in your presentations, whether it was Thomas Jefferson's letters, John Locke, or Montesquieu, and many of us gathered here today are educators of various levels, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school, or even college. And many of us might be struggling with students, especially when it comes to reading primary sources. So I was wondering if you had any advice on how we as educators can teach philosophical documents that shaped the American founding. So do you have any strategies or advice on how we can engage students with these more difficult but influential texts?
I try to teach the Federalist to undergraduates year after year. I've done it for 25 years. They've gotten worse. They hate it more. It's gotten to be more and more of a challenge. I don't have a solution for it other than assign shorter and shorter passages and get them to develop the muscle memory, the muscle ability sooner. So I would say for high school teachers, incredibly short passages are necessary. And like in this case, the paragraph in the letter to Lee and the letter to Waitman, they're incredibly rich and they're also very different in what they say about the American Revolution. And so they invite speculation on what the American Revolution is or was. So things like that I think would be the way to do it. But it's hard.
I think actually, as a former student of Dr. Habib's, he does this very well. Probably one of the advantages, maybe piggybacking off of Dr. Bailey, is that you take those passages, but you should do close readings with students live in class and discuss the meaning of the passages. If you walk a student through some of this language, it is dense, it is difficult. We're not comfortable with it. As Dr. Bailey said, undergrads are not, they're not all that much better, if at all, maybe worse. I've had, we were in a class doing American political thought this semester, and some of the opinions that people took away from primary source documents that are not as difficult as Montesquieu or the Federalist, but were interesting. So I think there's a virtue to really. The way I would think about it, the way I try to think about it with students is I try to just talk about, one is always trying to make things applicable to their daily lives. Obviously we need to teach the historical context, the arguments that were being made, the reasons they were being made, but we should, analogizing it as best we can to something like today, the modern day, might be a useful way. But I'll submit to these guys with more seniority. I'm still a newbie at this.
Yeah, I get this question a lot, actually, at many institutions. It's unfair to use Hillsdale as an example because we get so many self-selected students. They come there precisely because they want to read the American founding. So I have to bracket that. But Hillsdale's not my first academic position. I've taught elsewhere, and I literally just gave a talk in Austin last week, and then at a school in Ohio, the same question coming up. Friends of mine who have applied for those positions always get the question from administrators who are hiring, how will you make this interesting to students? So I think you have to first diagnose what's causing the lack of interest, and I think it's because most students are just professionally driven. They want to study pre-professional programs. So here you are introducing Montesquieu and Aristotle, and they're wondering, what on earth does this have to do with anything I'm doing? The difficulty of the text can be overcome if the passion for it can first be ignited. And so when I taught at other places where that was just not taken for granted, you know, I mean, like at Hillsdale, you can just assume almost every student in there is dying to get to the US Constitution course for whatever reason. What I've always used to do was just motivate the interest in it by painting a picture of the relationship between ideas to their lives. So whether or not there's going to be a job for them out there because of AI, whether or not, you know, during COVID shutdowns, which of course in hindsight none of them liked, you can tell them, was there any consent of the governed when that happened? You have to motivate the importance of self-government. And then when you ask them, do you feel that you have more security now or less than when your parents' generation was growing up? Prospects of owning a home, prospect of actually just expressing free speech. Young students realize that their speech is increasingly being restricted and they hate censorship. By nature, they're rebellious. And so Federalist 9 is the perfect way to begin that and say, well, you know, the founders actually encouraged a very diversity of opinion. They found ways to control that while maintaining a consent of the governed. In other words, I think the challenge for most places today is that humanities and social sciences are under a lot of pressure to keep up with pre-professional programs. And for obvious reasons, schools are expensive. They're going to have debt when they get out. They already sense that their future prospects for employment are probably dwindling. And so you need to show first the urgency of why this country's principles were designed for the pursuit of property, the pursuit of happiness. And if they feel that that's becoming narrower and narrower, then these books and these articles that we teach become that much more interesting and urgent. I found that to be one way to get them interested in the close reading. But if you just start with the close reading, you haven't addressed why they're not interested in general. I don't know if that's helpful. But my first teaching job, everyone was in accounting, and there's nothing wrong with any of those professions, and they just looked at you like, I'm just jumping through hoops. This class, if it wasn't required, I wouldn't even be in here. And so you got to show them the importance of ideas to their lives.
Thank you.
I wanted to piggyback off of another question earlier. You mentioned, Dr. Habib, about one of the factors of the fall of Rome being the multiculturalism and also different gods. How would that factor into the American understanding of religious liberty? And I think you kind of hinted at it with the idea of a constitution being the thing that unites as opposed to a certain religious doctrine, because that was the issue with Europe and
Correct.
You know, all the Protestant Catholic wars was which religion are we going to be united by?
Correct. Yeah, so Montesquieu actually talks about religious freedom, but only in the context of England, because he thinks that if the Constitution is set up to ensure that no citizen has to fear one faction or the other arbitrarily gaining control, because that would then undermine the tranquility of spirit that makes up his definition of liberty. And in the passages on religious liberty in the spirit of the laws, he says even atheists will recognize that they should protect religious liberty, because one day the powers that be will go after incorrect religious views. The next day they'll go after theirs. And so he says, when the Constitution clearly favors the freedom of all and the Constitution, then everybody's invested in protecting the Constitution, even if they don't share the same views. And so, but the problem is, it's not in Book 11. You got to look at the parts where it's in. This is why if you're going to teach it and focus on England, you can't just do it with Book 11, Chapter 6. You got to look at Book 19, Chapter 27. Then you got to look at what he says in Commerce. Pull them all together and pretend it's one book. And there you'll see sort of a coherent take on how in ancient Rome, that kind of diversity without a constitution led to its demise, rise of demagoguery, factions. because there were no nobody was looking at a constitution. According to Montesquieu, they didn't have the imagination to imagine a certain kind of separation of powers and a constitution that was actually serving everybody's interest. But it serves them as long as they promote toleration.
Yeah. Why was England a leader in sort of that religious pluralism that you mentioned? Could it be because of sort of the back and forth that they had with Protestantism versus Catholicism?
Yeah.
Could it be sort of the via media of Anglicanism? Did that have a factor?
You'll never believe what he attributes to, because I was shocked when I first came across it. Toward the end of Book 11, he says, and by the way, England got its representative form of government from the German tribes who conquered Rome. You're like, what? And because I had the same reaction, and he says, read Tacitus. And this is the very end of Book 11. And there's one other piece that Montesquieu thinks this is absolutely crucial to get. You're not going to get any kind of toleration unless you have indirect representative government. Rome didn't have that. England, he says, developed and refined a tradition that came from the German tribes that had conquered Rome. Now, you can believe it or not. I think it's a little bit exaggerated, but his basic point is that the Germans, who were the object of Tacitus's Germania, were able to conquer the Romans, but they tended to be tribal, but they united when there was a common enemy. If you look at those passages carefully, he describes a confederated republic without saying it. He says they were able to branch out into a large territory, but then because they were so jealous of their freedom, they knew they had to find some kind of capital from which to still govern, but they sent representatives. And he says, there's the origins of our Gothic constitutions. And he says, England was the one that took that and refined it. So the key, this is why Montesquieu is so hard to teach, because everything he says then gets qualified. You can't have that kind of liberty that we were just discussing without an indirect form of government. I think really the Federalists just get it. I mean, I've never read anything in the Federalists that I didn't already see in Montesquieu. I think they're really developing and refining and improving upon Montesquieu.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the reason why you want indirect is because he wants a system in which the laws and the process are impersonal and people don't feel like fanatics can get hold of their government. So if you just leave people a bit removed and have elder statesmen who are elected who can represent, but they're constrained by a separation of powers, it can get you the tranquility of soul that constitutes liberty.
So first of all, thanks for this panel, and it's a fascinating series of questions. My question is mainly for Professor Bailey and Professor Habib. Both of you have, and it's sort of a pedagogical question, I think, because it involves relating the world of the founders to our world. Professor Bailey referred to the tension between enlightened unanimity on the one hand and diversity on the other. So I'm interested in asking about what that diversity is. And you know, Professor Habib referred to Federalist 9, which deals with this subject as well. I mean, I guess I would put the question this way. What happens when diversity becomes a rejection of the basis of enlightened unanimity, that is reason? So in other words, when people begin preferring their own story, even if it's conspiratorial, and if that story becomes the basis of a sort of mini culture within the polity, does that, I mean, you could say that the quarrel over slavery involved this as well. I mean, that wasn't diversity of opinion, right? That was a rejection of, at least, you know, in Lincoln's terms, it would be a rejection of reason, the reason that tells you that all men are created equal. But it seems to me that because of, you know, a variety of technological factors like the internet culture, we're heading towards a situation in which rejection of reason is becoming increasingly inviting to large parts of the American culture on various political sides. So does this present, I mean, in other words, how would the founders' vision, how would Jefferson's vision in particular help with this, if it still can?
Yeah, so just one sort of technical detail. You might have noticed this in my presentation. I speak less of the political thought of the founding than, say, particular founders. And so I don't know that there's a coherent theory of the founding that is accessible to scholars yet. More work has to get us there, like we're maybe 40 years from that. So just with that caveat, so speaking of Jefferson, so in his second inaugural, he does two things at the same time. He arrives at, let's call it a new libertarian theory of a free press, which would be familiar to us in sort of post sort of John Stuart Mill world. It took him a while to get there, but this is a rejection of, say, the older Blackstonian notion, which was the basis of the Sedition Act. So he gives this sort of robust theory of a free press on sort of Millian grounds that we would recognize. At the same time, he's a scathing attack on anti-assimilation, sort of nativist Renaissance Indian leaders, who he calls anti-philosophists, who have an interest in convincing people to remain as their creator made them. This is meant to be a connector piece to this really interesting passage on assimilation, but it's also meant to be a direct attack on Federalist clergy and political leaders in Connecticut. And it's heard that way by his audience. Now, I say all this to say this, that in Jefferson, you see the struggle of someone who, on the one hand, was the target of a political, the Washington administration, who did not believe in, say, freedom of legitimate opposition or even freedom of the press in the way that we would take for granted today. And then they tried to persecute, imprison, fine, and worse, dissent. And Jefferson and his party create, a kind of liberty or diversity of thought in response to that. At the same time, Jefferson cannot imagine a world in which reason is not going to lead people to the same conclusion. And so that's why I said that in his view, the Declaration is going to flatten the world, and that is that there is going to be no more like serious religion. There'll be no more Baptists or Muslims or Catholics. We'll all be Unitarians. We'll all be Republicans. We will all live under certain axiomatic principles. And he'd be baffled by the fact that we haven't, right? And so that's, to me, that's the interesting sort of dilemma of thinking through Jefferson's thinking on these questions.
So two things, Montesquieu and Tocqueville. Tocqueville devotes 2 chapters, rarely to any one topic, but he devotes 2 to freedom of press. Today, it would be just freedom of speech. And he thinks that, and he's a student of Montesquieu, that America found a way, unlike Europe, to allow for massive disagreements in the public sphere. And what he liked about America is he said, that, this is a little dated, there's no national news here. This is fantastic. Because all of these different locations have their local opinions expressed in newspapers. There's no restriction on speech. He even says in America, there's so much fake news. I'm not kidding you. He's like, and you would think you want to censor that. He says it has the opposite effect in America. It allows there to be vigilance. It forces you out of just taking anything for granted, and then you can, so today it would be like social media. It's decentralized, and Tocqueville supported it because he thought it was a continuation of the project Montesquieu had envisioned, a constitution of liberty, where there's not only religious toleration, there's also political toleration of competing interests. His fear was that if you centralize speech in any way, shape, or form, this is Tocqueville, and he was an advocate of no censorship whatsoever, no matter how vile, no matter how, I mean, when you read it, it's striking, because you would think, he's like, well, you should censor something, and he says, well, the moment you start censoring, there's no arbitrary place where you could, everything becomes arbitrary as to when you cut off speech. It's exactly what Montesquieu says about freedom of religion. The moment you impinge upon people's freedom of religion, there's no, well, where do you then stop? And before you know it, you'll have a despotism. And both Montesquieu and Tocqueville believe that there's only 2 regimes where there's uniformity of opinion and there's general tranquility. He says in a despotism or in a people that have completely lost any political interest whatsoever. Instead, what you want, and here's what makes Montesquieu so interesting, if you want a constitution of liberty, you have to be prepared for a lot of public friction and conflict. And he says it's part of what it means to be actively engaged. So it's not a romantic view of liberty. It is a view where you have, if you like your liberty, you have to extend the same to others. That's part of being free and equal. But it's all contingent on a number of things. you have to have, this is again not in Book 11, which makes Montesquieu so difficult. At the very beginning, he says that no republic can live and survive if its elections are interfered with. And he gives you ancient examples where they busted somebody interfering. So they brought him into Congress and had him hanged or something like that. They said, and Montesquieu says, now that's how serious they took elections. So you have to have safeguards on elections. You have to make sure that the consent of the governed is actually what's governing. The Federalist, you need an electoral college, you need massive representation. Then you can, then diversity of opinion, no agreement on any, then that's manageable. And in fact, a precondition for maintaining liberty, because it keeps your skin in the game and keeps you vigilant. Both Tocqueville and Montesquieu fear more than anything an apathetic citizenry. And they can grow apathetic in a number of ways. If they just think it doesn't make any difference who you vote for, that's dangerous. If local decisions are being made by an administrative state, that is dangerous. If there's no more ability to express one's views, no matter how obnoxious, whether it's social media or in a newspaper, or if there's the nationalization of public opinion, Tocqueville's fear was then you can have elites manufacturing popular opinion and stripping people of their rights by influencing policy. So I don't look at diversity as a bad thing, and I don't mean it in the general way it's used. I look at it from a classical Republican view. You want that, but you want it channeled through deliberation and process and a separation of powers, because I've lived in parts of the world where there's uniform opinion, i.e. the Middle East, and that's hardly a place you would say is the land of liberty.
I might add just one note. Piggybacking off of what both my co-panelists just mentioned, there is a tendency to view the excesses of social media and the way that it kind of challenges this reason that you're alluding to. But as Dr. Beebe just mentioned, in some respects, the arrival of social media was also a return to a free press, if you wanted to talk about that in a certain way. In the middle of the 20th century, when all communications are coming through cable news, but are regulated by federal communications regulations, there's a certain top-down micromanagement of opinion, which is where you get things like the sort of the take that was mentioned yesterday by Dr. Ellis in 1984 about this kind of groupthink that's promoted. So in some respects, social media could be seen as a way of a breaking of that. But so too, as educators, social media is also a useful way of figuring out what's on people's minds right now. It's sort of like reading a public newspaper. What are the kids talking about? And why is it happening? And so it's actually, it might be a good tool for educators to look into, as much as we ask about some of its other excesses. And then on a point of scholarly contention, Professor Bailey mentions that there's some disagreement about whether or not there's a consistent view in the founding. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my teacher's book on this subject and Dr. Habib's colleague, Thomas West. So in the interest of secondary literature that may be useful to those of you who are teaching the founding, there's a book that West wrote in 2017 called The Political Theory of the American Founding with Cambridge University Press, where he makes explicitly the case that there is at least some consensus in the founding that can be seen and expressed through public documents, such as state constitutions and things like the Northwest Ordinance. So I just put that out there as maybe a resource for those of you who are looking at the founding.
All right, well, thank you very much to our wonderful panelists here. We now have time. Yes, give them a round of applause. We now have a break, and we will resume at 10:30 with our next panel on slavery and national rights republic.
Thank you, everybody.
panelists, Dr. William Hustwit and Dr. Mark David Hall. Professor Hustwit is a scholar of American social history and the civil rights movement. He has been a member of the history faculty at New College of Florida since 2023. Dr. Hustwit earned his BA in history from Kenyon College and a doctorate in American history from the University of Mississippi. Among his publications are James J. Kilpatrick, Salesman for Segregation, and Integration Now, Alexander V. Holmes and the End of Jim Crow Education. Dr. Mark David Hall is professor in Regent University's Robertson School of Government and director of the Center for Religion, Culture, and Democracy's Religious Liberty in the States. He earned a BA in Political Science from Wheaton College and a PhD in Government from the University of Virginia. He has written, edited, or co-edited 15 books, including Did America Have a Christian Founding? Separating Modern Myth from Historical Truth. Please welcome first Dr. William Hustwit.
All right. Thank you, Casey. Thank you for inviting me. Nice to meet you all and to be here. I had to laugh when Casey and Dave asked, to be a part of the conference and asked me to do this, slavery in the American Revolution. I thought, well, he gave us an easy one here. Nowadays, when you talk with students, when you teach the Revolution, when you teach the Declaration of Independence, and you read the opening lines, the famous words about equality, they of course they're looking at you expectantly or even skeptically about, well, what about the slavery element of all this? And it's amazing how this gets worked into immediately thinking about the Declaration and the meaning of the Revolution. And I think that the tendency today, of course, is to read the Revolution and the Declaration through the lens of slavery in many instances. And some people see this as kind of an exercise in narrative control or, an effort to delegitimate the country's foundings and point out the hypocrisy of some of the founders who owned slaves. Some have pointed to this as evidence of what's been referred to as America's original sin of slavery in the country. You all are familiar with this. And asking these questions about, are we really fighting about the present by, fighting about the past through looking at the present and fighting about what the present meanings of the Revolution and the Declaration are for us. And the answer to that, of course, that's what we're doing, is we're fighting about both, as George Orwell wrote in his dystopian novel in 1984, quote, "He who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the future," end quote. So history is a constant dialogue between the present and the past at all times. But the question of was the American founding and the Revolution, were those tainted by slavery? Is that a fair characterization? And I think that in part, rather than trying to definitively answer this yes or no, those can lead you in two different directions and two extremes. If you go the yes, definitely this tainted the project, you're sort of speaking a la 1619 Project. If you say no to the extreme, that can lead to taking this out of the discourse. We're going to not talk about this, which is also unhelpful. So we need an honest history. We need an honest dialogue about what occurred that educates about the good, the bad, and the ugly about America's founding. And I would say that more than trying to answer this, definitively yes or no, we should also take time to remember that very question has been with us since the very beginning. It's been with us for the last 250 years about whether or not slavery was tainting the American founding or not. To repeat the words of the taunt from Samuel Johnson, the great opponent of American independence, how is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes? Johnson's taunt was especially a telling observation, considering that the man who also declared, "Give me liberty or give me death," Patrick Henry, was one of Virginia's leading slaveholders. So again, this is a tension that's been with us from the beginning. This paradox of slavery and liberty has been here from the get-go. And for hundreds of years, people in what we used to call the West had, felt little discomfort about treating people as possessions. but something is occurring here on the eve of the revolution, as Johnson's jibe suggests, that many in England and America had begun to feel uneasy about slavery. And I'll wait for Mark to say much more about that, because my main emphasis here is to talk about the revolution and slavery itself and how that operated. So to be sure, there were earlier generations that had never been wholly without anti-slavery spokesmen, but one of the things that was new about the American founding, about this era, is the intertwining of views on slavery with views on politics. The politicizing of the slavery issue was something new and different that's emergent during the revolution. And so the revolution is a watershed moment in so many different ways. It's the first time in which the colonies separated themselves from Europeans. It's the founding of the first republic in the Western Hemisphere. It's the founding of America, and it's a founding moment in slavery as well. So all those things going on at the same time. After the revolution, it wasn't a given that slavery would endure. It was no longer possible to assume that slavery may exist without being defended. And these were debates that were emergent about the future of slavery that affected France, that affected Spain, that affected Brazil, but most importantly affected Britain and then, of course, the United States. So these debates were swirling. There was a presumption, starting with the revolution and then carrying into the late 18th century, that slavery was morally, if not economically and also politically untenable. But part of what distinguished the founding generation was that critics were opposing slavery in a new way. There had been individuals, small groups, that had raised opposition to slavery prior to the revolution. But now one of the interesting things that emerges from the revolution is that there's a new collective voice that begins to emerge about opposing slavery. The turn against slavery in 11 of the colonies was an unintended consequence of the Revolutionary War. Ideals birthed by the revolution generated anti-slavery discourse, and really only Georgia and South Carolina had virtually no anti-slavery sentiment. But elsewhere throughout the new American states, anti-slavery, there was a new birth of talking about this. Thinking about the colonists and their explanations about why they resisted British rule. Again, arguments that would foment anti-slavery views tied to the issue of slavery in many ways. In the opening years of the Revolution, patriots argued about their rights as Englishmen. I think that was the first emphasis. That was the first point of departure. We sometimes forget this, that we talk about natural rights, of course. We talk about this then leading to what kind of form of government do we want. But we also need to remember that before there was the move towards natural rights, American colonials were making the pitch that they should be recognized as fellow Englishmen. They should be recognized as co-equals in this project. And that's part of why they decided to move towards revolution, is because, of course, they weren't being recognized as full Englishmen. They were something less than. They were being treated as inferiors. So the talk about natural rights really was a recourse when you're not recognized with your English rights as full Englishmen. Then you start to appeal to a higher law and talk about your natural rights. That was the overarching pitch. So remaining good and loyal Englishmen got dumped along with the tea. And once you talk the talk about natural rights, of course, you have to walk the walk as well. And that's as obvious to us today as it was to people in the 1760s and 1770s. There's also no question that revolutionary language pointed out a fundamental American paradox. The revolution put in sharp relief the difference between ideals and practices. We must break with Britain to defend human freedom. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We go on and on about liberty, about equality, about justice, but many of these same people, of course, also owned human beings. How do we reconcile these things? Can you? But it's the great American contradiction. It's part of what makes us us. And Jefferson's creedal statement about natural rights and equality, all men are created equal. This becomes embedded in the American political ideology. Okay. So many of you are teachers, and so we in part, what I was asked to do was to talk a little bit about the function of slavery within the Revolution, how this plays out, and also thinking about Black participation in the American Revolution, and then we'll talk more about anti-slavery discourse emergent from the Revolution as well. In terms of Black participation in the war itself, the period of conflict, the actual fighting, really stirred things up in the realm of slavery. For one, the war created confusion. It created disorder, what we would call the fog of war. But wartime also provided opportunities for slaves to escape. There was mass confusion during the war that enabled some slaves to free plantations. Many perhaps posed as free people during the Revolution itself. And during the course of the war, what happens is the British commanders on the ground spied an opportunity. They recognized that American patriots in the South were vulnerable in a time of war. And by doing so, they recognized that they could force the patriots to fight on two fronts. The British to the front with slaves to your back, if you're a slaveholder, especially in the South. In Massachusetts, but it wasn't restricted to just the southern theater of the war. Massachusetts had more slaves than any other state in New England. We think that there were about 5,000 enslaved people in Massachusetts at the time of the Revolution. And we also know that during the occupation of Boston, where, in Massachusetts, where the war breaks out, we know that some enslaved people went to British lines automatically and volunteered themselves to General Thomas Gage and said, we'll help you scouting and otherwise. So this is something that's emergent on the ground from the get-go. I included just sort of a little packet for you today. I thought this might be kind of helpful as sort of some reference points. And we can get back to this in discussion if it's useful as well. But I think on one side I've got some quotes, some snippets of 3 different documents, and I'll make reference to those, and then we can talk about them in more depth. I've also got this graph showing you the numbers of importations of slaves, and then some scribbled notes here that my students often can't read. Just so you know, I was a student of Winthrop Jordan's, who is a great historian of American slavery at the University of Mississippi. And so this is actually Win Jordan's graph that I'm giving to you now. And also, if you don't like the handwriting, blame that on Win. And then on the back side, I've got a graph of a sort of a demographic scheme there that you can see to show you concentrations of blacks in America at the time of the Revolution. And just for your own reference, Win Jordan created this map as well. So anyway, we'll get to a couple of these things. So the first quote that I've got for you is from the British side of the story. And this is the famous Lord Dunmore who issues this proclamation. Lord Dunmore, who is the last colonial governor of Virginia, who gives this famous proclamation in November of 1775. And I've given you just a little bit of it, but he issues this proclamation, and it's an audacious proposition. Dunmore offered freedom. This is in the first half year. This is in the first 5 months of the outbreak of the Revolution, and Dunmore offered freedom, but this is the caveat, to slaves owned by rebels. It was just to slaves owned by the Patriot forces. And so there were built-in restrictions with the proclamation. You must belong to a rebel, you've got to join me, and you've got to bear arms. There were 3 components to the offer of freedom. So Dunmore was trying to raise a black fighting force to oppose Virginia's patriots. And so flight from slavery into the sheltering arms of an occupying army. This was now a new option. This is something different that's being proposed during the American Revolution. And as a result of Dunmore's proclamation, which many of you are probably familiar with to an extent, there's a mass defection, there's mass disruption in Virginia. Runaway slaves in choosing to flee from their owners and seek the British deprived the patriots of wealth, of course. You're stripping them of their labor, of their wealth, and it's also sowing discord in Virginia at the same time. So it's a momentous event in Virginia. And we think that something like overall about 50,000 slaves joined the British during the course of the American Revolution. It's an incredible number of people who seek freedom with the British. And by the way, most of that history of enslaved people going to the British lines was not something that was taught in America for years. It wasn't until the 1920s when the great black historian Carter Woodson first started to write about this and point this out, that slaves were fleeing to the British forces, that became something that more and more Americans became aware of. In Virginia alone, Thomas Jefferson estimated that nearly 30,000 slaves walked off plantations to find sanctuary among the British. Roughly 2,000 slaves reached British lines in Norfolk. Dunmore established what he called the Ethiopian Regiment. This was his black fighting force of the men who came to the British lines. And they wore uniforms. They wore very simple uniforms. They had tunics, basically, and they had a sash that said, "Liberty to slaves" on the sash. So for the first time in history, emancipation became a weapon of war. I can say more about that later. Finding Dunmore wasn't necessarily easy. There was a good deal of vigilance on the part of slaveholders. White Virginians were outraged about Dunmore's proclamation of freedom. And this is not a story that turned out well for many of those who sought freedom among the British. Again, we can talk about this more a little bit later. The second document that I've got is, this is more how this operated, how emancipation operated from the bottom up. We tend to look at emancipation during the war and slavery during the Revolution as a top-down enterprise. The second document is by Boston King, who wrote one of the earliest slave narratives. And Boston King gives you a snapshot of what it looked like as British forces were decamping from New York City, which they'd occupied for most of the American Revolution. And there's this real moment of panic as the British are evacuating, and would they take these runaway slaves who had taken up the British on this offer of freedom, would they be evacuated with the British? In this instance, although it's not always the case, in this instance, the British actually followed through on their word and evacuated as many black people as they could, as many former slaves as they could, and sent them to Nova Scotia or other locations around the British Empire. I'm jumping around here a little bit, but I'm getting the cue from Michael that I'm short on time. During the American Revolution, there was never any parliamentary policy about abolition. There was only improvisation by British officers on the ground. And this is how this operated. They're not abolitionists. They're out to win a war. They recognized a strategic advantage in offering emancipation to slaves. But they also realized in the course of the revolution that the British realized they could also make an ideological point as well. In order to counter the American revolutionaries' claim of offering liberty, equality, these natural rights, the British could offer the counterclaim of saying, aha, we're really the ones who stand for order. We're really the ones who offer liberty to the enslaved. And so the patriots are not really the ones fighting for liberty. This is a bit of what we would call a cope, but it's also an important reminder that although we talk about the shot heard round the world as coming from Lexington and Concord, the shot heard round the world for freedom for blacks in America at that time was Dunmore's proclamation. And in many senses, those enslaved who took Dunmore and other British figureheads up on this offer of freedom, they in many ways became the first black founding fathers, some would argue. Okay. The Continental Forces also offered freedom to the enslaved, to blacks, not on the scale that the British did. The Continental Congress would eventually offer something like 3,000 enslaved freedom to fight for Washington's army. We know that about 5,000 black soldiers fought in the Continental Forces. Many of them, the majority, were slaves. They were either fighting on behalf of masters who didn't want to fight, so you would send the slave in your place. We also know that although many of them showed up to fight as slaves in the Continental Forces, that many of them also had an expectation of freedom. They hoped that by fighting on behalf of the American Patriot Forces, that they would be offered, that they would be granted freedom. Interesting to note that among the forces who fought for Connecticut, Michael's home state, of the 289 blacks who volunteered to fight for Connecticut forces, 5 gave the surname when they were asked, they're being enrolled, enlisted, and they gave the surname Liberty. 18, when they signed up in the Continental Forces, reported that their last name was Freedom or Freeman. So this expectation of liberty was there. We also know that black soldiers fought in integrated units. They also fought in 3 separate units. There were 3 separate units raised, one by Massachusetts, one by Rhode Island, and then there was a Haitian regiment that was sent by France that fought in Savannah. The Rhode Island regiment, by the way, was also they called it an all-black regiment, but it was a mixed regiment. There were also Indians, there were indigenous forces that fought, and I just got the 1-minute note. So there's a little bit more to say here about how opposition to slavery and slavery operated within the course of the Revolution, the number of colonies and then states that turned against slavery began to offer gradual freedom. That's actually the last document in there is the 1777 petition in Massachusetts, where enslaved people petitioned the state legislature and wanted a gradual abolition law passed in Massachusetts that got tabled and didn't go anywhere. But it's an interesting look again at how emancipation operated from the bottom up outside the halls of government. And I think that just in closing here, I think that the most stunning thing about how slavery operated during the Revolution is, and again, this is an unintended consequence, is that for the first time in world history, warfare became synonymous with emancipation. That had never happened. Going back to ancient times up into the modern era, when there were wars, the expectation was captivity, bondage, some form of slavery. I own you now, I possess you now. But for the first time in world history, during the American Revolution, it switches. And fighting and warfare now becomes associated with emancipation. And I think I'll leave it there. Okay, and we can come back and I'm happy to talk more, take some questions, but I'll turn things over to Mark. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, well that was great, thank you. So I want to give a talk based on a chapter in a recent book. The book is Proclaim Liberty Throughout All the Land. And similarly, I'm going to have to just touch on a few highlights. I have a talk I usually give in about 50 minutes, and I have 20 minutes, and we have a very stickler of a timekeeper here. So I'll just say a few things. You can go look at that book. In the book, I have a chapter on opposition to slavery in the founding era, and then a separate chapter on the abolitionist movement. The title of the book, Proclaim Liberty Throughout All the Land, of course, that's a verse from the Bible, from Leviticus. It's inscribed on the Liberty Bell. But I tend to like another story. Sojourner Truth, the great abolitionist, used to go around after she had escaped freedom, and she would hang a banner with this verse on it, Proclaim Liberty Throughout All the Land. And first she would preach the gospel to enable people to be free of their sins. But then she would preach against the sins of the people, that is primarily slavery, right? And try to encourage her fellow Americans to end this evil, horrible practice. And so what I say might sound like the Pollyannish side of things. I always make it crystal clear. Slavery is a grave moral evil. It was grave moral evil. It still is a grave moral evil. People estimate that there might be 46 million people held in slavery today throughout the world. And so we shouldn't pretend this was just something that went on way back then. But I also try to provide some context, because I find that my students tend to think, well, all of the founders owned slaves, and they didn't really care about slavery. They were just a bunch of hypocrites. They said nice words about liberty and equality in the Declaration, but they owned slaves and they didn't care. And I try to complicate that a little bit. One of the first things I do, I have a nice little graph that I oftentimes will put up, and this just blows. I should have brought a paper with it on, but it really is just striking. It blows my students away. So there's something, I'll give you the exact figure, 12.5 million Africans that were stolen from Africa and brought to the New World. Of these 12.5 million Africans, only 3.2% came to British North America. All the rest went to South America or the Caribbean. And that just in and of itself kind of blows my students away. I think they just assume all the slaves came to North America, and it was in America that we had slavery and everywhere else not so much. But just to try to first of all emphasize, look, slavery is something that has gone on throughout the world, throughout pretty much everywhere, every time, every place. And what really is kind of distinctive in the American context is the opposition to slavery that arose at the highest levels. And you can trace this back to the Puritans. The first anti-slavery tract was written in 1700. Massachusetts Bay banned slavery except in the case of captives taken in a just war. Now, unfortunately, they kind of loosened that, and you do have slavery, of course, throughout the colonies. By the time we get to the American founding, one of the things I like to do is just run through a couple of categories of founders. And I think what I want to do is focus on the founders who didn't own slaves, but also the founders who owned slaves and freed them. And I'll mention them, and I'll probably be a little loose with the facts, but you can go to the book if you want the exact fact. It is pretty striking, the number of founders who at one point owned slaves and then decided this is a horrific institution. I cannot participate in this. Someone like Ben Franklin, for instance, owned 5 slaves, 5 enslaved persons throughout his lifetime. Toward the end of his life, he recognized that this is a horrible institution. He freed the last of them, eventually became president of the Pennsylvania Abolitionist Society. And this society, of course, famously petitioned Congress to end slavery. John Dickinson, at one point the largest slave owner in Delaware, he decided that he couldn't participate in this institution. So he set up a legal instrument to gradually manumit his slaves, to gradually free his slaves. But then he kind of started thinking about, oh, wait a minute, if slavery is wrong, what am I doing gradually ending it? And so eventually just simply freed them all. You have several other founders that fall into this category. John Jay at one point owned several enslaved persons, eventually freed them, became head of the New York Abolitionist Society, and worked to get a law passed in that state ending slavery. So let me shift to talk about founders who never owned slaves. Again, I think sometimes students don't even think about this. There's founders that they just weren't touched by this. One of my favorite founders is Roger Sherman of Connecticut, a really neat guy, intimately involved in almost every document that we have coming out of the era, on the 5-person committee that drafted the Declaration of Independence, involved in the Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, the Declaration of Resolves, and so forth and so on. He never owned an enslaved person. 1783, he is invited to revise all of Connecticut's laws. The libertarian side of me loves this. When you go back to the founding era, you can get the state's codes, the colonial codes and the state codes, they're all in one volume. There's just one volume, and they're organized alphabetically, so you can go and easily find the sort of law you're looking for. Well, he had a chance to revise Connecticut statutes in 1783, working with a guy named Richard Law. This is going on everywhere, and it's kind of striking. Again, most people just think about Thomas Jefferson revising the Virginia statutes, the Virginia Statute for Religious Liberty, and that deserves to be known, of course. It's a very important document. Roger Sherman has a religious liberty provision as well, a Connecticut statute for religious liberty. And for the life of me, I'm not sure why we don't consider that statute as well as the other statutes from the other states. Virginia is very important. Thomas Jefferson is very important. But all the states are engaged in this endeavor, and we should consider the religious liberty statutes from other states. More interesting for this talk, though, Sherman also came up with the gradual manumission statute, which was passed and implemented in Connecticut that put slavery on the road to extinction in Connecticut. And we can, of course, object, well, why on the road to extinction? Why not just abolish it? And of course, I wish it had been abolished in every state right away. Of course, politics is the art of the possible, and what he thought he could do was put slavery on the road to extinction, and so he was able to do that. Again, I want to emphasize never owned an enslaved person. John Adams of Massachusetts, never owned an enslaved person, drafted the Massachusetts Constitution of 1780, which has some wonderful language about liberty and equality. And several enslaved people said, wait a minute, this sounds like slavery is incompatible with the Massachusetts Constitution. An enslaved person, Quock Walker, brought a suit, and in the Massachusetts Superior Court said, yeah, that's right, slavery is abolished, 1782 in Massachusetts, right? And so you have this movement that is going on that I think we oftentimes neglect. We could talk about a few other of these folks, but I think I'll move on to the folks who actually owned slaves. Many of them, of course, very troubled by it. George Washington freeing the slaves he could free in his will and so forth. And almost everyone has negative things to say about slavery. I'll give you a few examples of this and in ways in which it cashes out. Let me shift to some of the key documents coming out of this era. The Declaration of Independence, and we're celebrating its 250th anniversary, of course, with these wonderful words. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And again, it's oftentimes my students come in just assuming, well, this is just hypocritical. Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, and of course he did own slaves. He actually did a lot to try to eliminate slavery, to end slavery in America, not enough. But you also have on the 5-person committee Roger Sherman and John Adams, right? Founders who never owned enslaved persons who contribute to these words. You have an African-American minister in the same year that the Declaration of Independence was passed who wrote an anti-slavery pamphlet, and he quotes these words, we hold these truths to be self-evident. So people are taking this as a promise that is relevant to slavery. Thomas Jefferson, of course, famously decried slavery in the Notes on the State of Virginia and elsewhere. And so I would just submit to you that I think the Declaration of Independence is too quickly glossed over. It is seen at the time as being incompatible with slavery, and people start acting upon this. Let me shift to the Constitution. One of the fun things to do, I'm sure you all have done this as teachers, is read through the Madison's notes of the debates in Philadelphia. And I tracked this pretty rigorously in my chapter on the founders and slavery. Pretty much everyone in the convention that said anything about slavery said it's a horrible institution. Even the people who owned slaves say it's a horrible thing, we have to do it. James Madison points out that they don't include the word slave or slavery or any of its cognates in the Constitution because they don't want to admit that it's possible to own people. Of course, there's 3 provisions of the Constitution that touch on slavery, the 3/5 compromise and so forth. But what is interesting, and this was a story I came across a couple years ago, it just kind of blew me away. So everyone's saying all sorts of negative things about slavery, and there's questions, what can we do about it? You have some of the delegates from the Deep South saying, if you touch slavery, we're out of here. So a constitution that bans slavery probably is not a realistic option. Midway through the summer of 1787, you have 3 delegates to the Constitutional Convention who leave Philadelphia and go to New York City, where they vote to approve the Northwest Ordinance, approved by the Confederation Congress in the summer of 1787. The Northwest Ordinance, of course, banned slavery in the Old Northwest. Those, the territory that would become the states of Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, part of Minnesota. One of these delegates came back from New York City to Philadelphia, where he informed the fellow delegates of the Northwest Ordinance. And this, I think, reinforced what several of the delegates said, including Roger Sherman, who's right there. Basically, he said slavery is on the way out. We don't need to resolve it right here in Philadelphia. It's disappearing. Remember, Roger Sherman had written a gradual manumission statute. Massachusetts had banned it. Several other states are moving in this direction. We're banning slavery in the Northwest Territory. It's on its way out. No one in the founding era is defending slavery as a positive good. That wouldn't come until 1820, right? Everyone recognizes this is an evil that has to be dealt with. There's a real optimism that it's disappearing. I'll jump to the end of the chapter just to make sure I get there, because we all know it didn't disappear, especially in the South. Eli Whitney and the cotton gin ruined everything, right? By inventing the cotton gin, which permits the easy separation of cotton fibers of, I think it's short staple cotton, which can grow in the interior of the American South. It makes it profitable, right? 1792, 1793, which really did give slavery a lease on life in the American South. Now, the cotton gin saves a lot of labor, but you still need a lot of work to clear the land, to harvest the cotton, this sort of thing. And so slavery gets a new lease on life in the American South, and eventually you have John C. Calhoun and others defending it as a positive good in the 1820s. But I think this Northwest Ordinance gave a lot of people a lot of hope that slavery is on its way out. Let me shift to the, I think the more important story, and then I will, I think, stop with that so we have plenty of time for Q&A. Again, I've already alluded to this several times. A number of my students have no idea that slavery was under direct assault in many states. In fact, many states either ended it directly or put it on the road to extinction. I'll just read the states and the dates. Vermont, 1777, Massachusetts, 1780, Pennsylvania, 1780, New Hampshire, 1783, Rhode Island, 1784, Connecticut, 1784, New York, 1799, New Jersey, 1804. So now slavery is never as important up north as it is in the South, and certainly as it became in the South, but still these acts freed more than 100,000 enslaved persons. And as a political scientist, we're kind of trained to think in terms of self-interest, but it's kind of interesting to think, what is the interest of these legislatures? What is the interest of these people advocating already in the late 18th century for the end of slavery? There was a recognition that it's an evil, horrible institution that is incompatible with America's experiment in constitutional self-government. And so I think there was a natural tendency to push in this direction. And again, even where slavery existed, there was an understanding that it was problematic. So you have the colonization movement is actually very well represented by elite Southern political leaders, people like James Madison, for instance. Henry Clay are members of this. And so they recognize that slavery is a problem, we need to do something about it, but then we'd have all these formerly enslaved persons, and they're going to be kind of mad, and this might be dangerous. So why don't we end slavery and ship these former slaves off to Africa? Is a kind of logical sort of thing, and not really taking into account what the enslaved persons might want, but of course completely impractical. I think something like 10,000 enslaved persons were freed and shipped back to Africa throughout the 19th century, during which time the slave population increased by like 500,000, right? So it was just never a realistic possibility. But there is this movement afoot to end slavery. Let's say I mentioned Connecticut already, I mentioned Massachusetts. Yeah, I think probably what I'm going to do is just stop there so we have plenty of time for Q&A. This is setting up, of course, the abolitionist movement, which has begun, let's be clear about this, it's beginning with the Quakers in the mid-18th century. People are agitating, you're getting the formation of abolition societies at the state level, and then it really takes off in the 19th century. We can talk about that if you would like. But at this point, why don't we just turn it over to you all?
All right, thank you very much. And we now have time for questions. Dr. Ellis will go around to the microphone. Please raise your hand if you have any questions.
My question is kind of a reflective one on modern times. So with the founders and with the development of American history, we see definitely a shift. And I think you both recognized the founders, like for Ben Franklin, for instance, seeing like the error of his ways and going, oh, we should change this, people in America feeling that way. What possibly could be, and I know this is hard because it might be speculative, but what possibly could be the great moral sin that we're not seeing now, or the great moral evil that we're not seeing now, that as society progresses, we might look back at 2026 and go, oh, we probably shouldn't have done this or allowed this. This is not in conjunction or in unison with our principles of liberty. Does that make sense? Because now we can look back as a society that advocates liberty and go, oh, that was an inconsistency. Is there a modern inconsistency?
I think so, and I might make some enemies by saying this, but I think it's pretty obviously abortion. You have the same sort of dynamics involved, right? This class of persons aren't really persons, they're fully human, and so therefore we can treat them differently than we treat other humans. This is the sort of arguments made by enslavers, African Americans, maybe not fully human, certainly not capable of self-governance. They're better off eventually, John C. Calhoun and others argues, as enslaved persons. It's good for them. I think we do a similar thing with respect to abortion, right? A fetus isn't a human being, and so therefore the extent to which we value its life can be discounted vis-a-vis other important values. And there are other important values involved, but I think that's the answer that jumps to my mind. Now, of course, just like with slavery, plenty of people recognize that, or at least believe and are committed to the proposition that this is a grave moral evil that needs to be addressed. So it's not as if all Americans are completely ignorant of this fact. But yeah, I think that's an obvious analogy.
I was just going to add, I'm sure we could all produce things that we would point to and talk about to answer that question. I think that one of the limitations that we have today in trying to do that sort of thing going forward even is the lack of common ground to even kind of settle those sorts of issues in the first place, which is unlike what the founding generation had, I think. You know, I mean, they did have agreement. I mean, we think about our society today, how many people even would really say that natural rights versus positive rights. I mean, natural rights has really taken a back seat and has since the civil rights era, I would say. So we're missing a common ground or a common text to read from in many ways. We're missing the Enlightenment thinking that produces that natural rights ideology. We're also missing, you know, we don't have a consensus in this country. We don't have a common religious framework to operate off of, I would say. And that's not to say that all the founders agreed about religion. You know, they had differences there as well. But I also raised this as a point in bringing us back to thinking about slavery as well, because one of the things I always tell students is in terms of rectifying whatever the immorality, the wrong is, that the solution is embedded in the problem itself. You know, there was a failing here with natural rights ideology applying to the enslaved from the get-go. It took time to say, no, that extends to them as well. And there was an obvious failing by the church to condemn this uniformly. And that became a debate, you know, going forward into the 19th century. But ultimately, it was those two very things that abolitionists relied on, Enlightenment thinking and Christianity, to condemn slavery and finally end this. So that's kind of a roundabout, but.
I appreciate that so much, what you just said. I'm not going to act like I'm not really uncomfortable asking this question. I'm not even really sure how it is a question, but I consider myself, of course, first an American, but I am from South Carolina, and 25 plus years there. I'm really trying not to get emotional all of a sudden. I really appreciate this opportunity for civil discourse about this such a loaded topic. As somebody that has loved ones that are African American, and I'm just so curious. I saw your graph, and I know the importance of African Americans, especially in the South, during that time, and again, leading up to the Civil War especially. How could they have gone about arguing for the abolition to Georgia and South Carolina more? Because I saw your graph also with Virginia, and I know the importance. I'm so curious how it could have been spearheaded quicker, more efficiently. Because it's still, I mean, even in 2026, you know, we vacation, we go back home, and it's still, you know, the ancestry, everything is so rich. And I'm sorry to make it, well, I'm not sorry, because it is an emotional topic, but what are your thoughts, both of you? Because you've both, you know, talked about this, so.
I appreciate what you said at the beginning. I'm not from South Carolina, but one of my friends in grad school was a South Carolinian, and she had family on, you know, it was an interracial family. And she was a Pinckney. They were, yeah. Wow. And I mean, this is, you know, this is what happens, you know. But, you know, anti-slavery was going to be a really hard sell in South Carolina and Georgia. Georgia is frontier. You've got Florida right next door. Florida is a haven, had been since the Spanish. It's a haven for runaways. It's a very small, you know, new state, so it's very vulnerable. And in South Carolina, you know, slavery is so thoroughly entrenched there, especially in the Low Country. You're talking 90% African slavery. You know, so it's almost unthinkable to get rid of this. You know, so they're really the two holdouts that really don't have a concerted anti-slavery debate about this. Virginia does, right. You know, but and you can only point to a couple people, you know, in South Carolina. Like John Laurens, I think, is the famous one. You know, but he's, you know, from a prominent slave-owning family. Laurens had been educated in Britain. He went to school. He had an Enlightenment education in British university system. He got those ideas from British abolitionists. And he comes back and he says, we should raise a military fighting force in South Carolina. And the legislature there goes, absolutely not. And also Laurens is killed. He's killed in 1782. So he's sort of one of these figures like, what if he had lived? What if he had survived the revolution? Could he have been more of a leading voice for South Carolina? It's difficult to say, but it would have been such a hard sell in those places. And of course, there's also the possibility that the other new states could have just said, well, there's only 2 of you, and there's anti-slavery sentiment elsewhere. We could just force you to do this. But always, 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 you know, the emphasis was on unity. The new republic was so fragile, they kept thinking that we can't risk the disunity and having, you know, South Carolina and Georgia go off in another direction. But which,
like the Dunmore's proclamation,
yeah.
Do you think that helped Virginia because it kind of, like, you had a certain slave population that went to fight for the British? Like, do you think that something like that made a big difference farther south?
Well, they read that you know, they knew about that proclamation, and it scared them every bit as much, if not more, than the Virginians. And Dunmore's proclamation, by the way, it backfired on him. You know, the idea was we're going to create a 2-front war here, and it had the effect in Virginia of driving even more Virginians onto the side of the Patriot cause, because they're like, well, this is what the British are up to. So, you know, so it solidified the move towards revolution for more Virginians. So, you know, but people were very, very wary of all this talk and the revolution in South Carolina because they were so outnumbered there. So, I don't know. That's my long-winded. I don't know what Mark.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'll begin by pointing out that you had slavery all over the New World, North and South America. It was ended with a bloody civil war only in Haiti, the United States of America, and one other country. The other countries, Brazil, for instance, managed to end it without a bloody civil war. And so as hard as it is, I think it could have been done if there was, you know, maybe a greater political will, if there was more creative thinking. I almost hate citing the statistic, and I know the numbers aren't exactly right. I used to know the numbers. If you added, and again, I almost apologize to say this, but if you add up the value of enslaved Americans in 1860, I think it's something like $4 billion. And the Civil War destroyed something like $100 billion worth of property. doesn't take a rocket scientist to say, well, maybe there's a way in which we could have some sort of scheme whereby we emancipate the slaves, compensate the enslavers, and avoid a horrific civil war in which 600,000 Americans died and all sorts of property was destroyed. Again, I'm not saying it would have been an easy task at all, especially with these deep southern states, but the optimist of me says we could have tried harder, right? We could have ended this institution without a bloody civil war. And it's difficult for me to imagine, let's say somehow the Civil War had been averted. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't still have slavery today, right? So I think it could have been done. It's just a question of political will. And as an academic, I'd like to think making good arguments can get us there. I'm not sure, maybe needs more than that.
I was just going to add to that too, Mark, that, you know, it's that the lack of will that's the paramount feature of this. I think that no matter where you were located, all of the founders could have done much, much more to go after slavery. All of them were limited, even the ones who were anti-slavery or came around to it could have done more in many respects. Jefferson could have done much, much more. Washington, yeah. Oh, but what I was going to say, what could they have done to act? Is that what you're going to ask?
I was going to say,
yeah.
like, shifting of, like, industry, more similar to the North, especially when you're talking about the development of the cotton gin. Like, could they have somehow made more of a, I'm talking, like, from an economic perspective, like, worked more with the North than developing more things like the North had, versus, you know, we all know cotton and just continuing with cotton, it strips the ground, and, you know, especially if you're not switching your crop. So you think we could have done something like that?
Well, you know, developing industries was going to take time in the North too. I mean, that was mostly an agricultural society as well. What I was going to throw out there is that if there's a question here about what could they have actually done to circumvent the war, eliminate slavery from the, you know, if there's all this sentiment, and what could you actually do economically speaking? Okay, what does America have a lot of? Land. They could have, you know, you can do reparations in a number of ways, and you can buy out people from having slaves in a number of ways. And the offer of land could have been one of those solutions where now you just doubled the size of the country, you win the war, you double the size, you have an immense, immense territory at your disposal. You know, now of course you're talking about taking that away from the Indians, you know, which is what they do eventually anyway. But they could have given that land away to buy off, to compensate slaveholders for their slaves. And that's what the British did. That's what the British compensated slaveholders in the 19th century to eliminate slavery. It almost bankrupted them, you know, but they did it. And we had that, that's where the money would have been to do that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think we have some more questions over on this side.
Thank you. I got a question regarding presentism. You know, like how do you address it in your class? There's two things that I do in my class to kind of try and put the kids in the right frame, and I'd like to see what you do. The one thing I do is I talk, like you had said, a grave moral sin. And one of the things I say is that slavery did not become a sin until people started deciding it was a sin. Through human history, it was just the norm. And so it's not until the majority of the people start going, it's wrong, that we now say it was a grave moral sin. And one of the other things I try and do, which it seems silly, or it is silly, I guess, but I say to my kids, I'm like, imagine, you know, that 500 years from now, 200 years from now, we figure out that carrots are sentient beings, and they solve all our problems. And everyone then looks back at us and disregards everything we do because we enjoyed carrots on our salad. And that's the kind of the frames that I use. I'm just kind of wondering, what do you guys do to kind of try and put them in the mindset of these men and ladies that lived at this time?
I like, you know, I kind of have two modes, and I appreciate this because, you know, part of you wants to say, you know, with students, you know, if you ask them something like, You know, how many of you would oppose slavery and think that this is terrible? I mean, there's not a room in the in the house that's not going to say, well, you know, of course I think this is awful. And then, of course, it's important to remind them as well. I mean, if you had asked this question and, you know, pick a time when slavery was actually around, of course, you know, the number of them who would, depending on where you lived in particular, you know, then the hands would have gone down because, of course, you know, people at that time wouldn't have necessarily thought there's anything wrong with this. You know, so we always have to remind ourselves that the people in the past thought about things differently. At the same time, I also want to remind people that even at that time, there were some people, they were a minority, and it takes time to build this, but there were people around, they were fringe, you know, we have examples of the Germantown Mennonites, we have people in Pennsylvania and elsewhere who were saying this is morally unacceptable. You know, it takes time, but the Quakers do come around and they say, no, slavery is a violent institution. We're a pacifist religion. So it's always important to remind them of, you know, you're not teaching the students to be, you know, you're not holier than thou on the one hand, but it is important to remind them too that there were people around at that time who were standing up and saying, you know, no, this isn't right. And it takes time for that voice to be heard as well. I mean, if you're talking about something as a sin, it seems to me that it's either a sin or it's not a sin. It's not like, you know, time is going to change that. So that's where I would kind of bring students back around to remind them of those early examples of people who were in a limited capacity saying no to it. One thing that might be interesting to do with some students today to bring out this, if you're going to bring up some issue about sin and thinking about this, and you know, point out if you go to D.C., if you go to Washington, okay, and there's a memorial for Thomas Jefferson that's there. It never has been very well visited, you know, but it's interesting. And again, I don't think that this was designed by anybody. The Jefferson's memorial is actually parallel. It's directly across from the new King Memorial, from Martin Luther King's memorial. They're almost looking in opposition against each other. And there, to me, is the paradox, it's the contradiction that we can't escape from. But it's also the reminder of King was getting the country back to the right path here of understanding that racism is a sin. And he had a salvific God that intervenes in the world, that is on the side of, you know, the moral arc of the universe pivoting in this direction. Whereas Jefferson's God does not operate like that. Jefferson's God is a distant God. It's this is a removed deity that doesn't intervene in the world. Okay, so it's interesting to maybe that might help to point that out with students a little bit to study those monuments, thinking about that for a minute. And remembering that this dialogue about how to understand this as a sin goes way back.
I appreciate the call for humility, and I usually ask a version of the very first question, you know, what are we missing today? And I threw out a grenade of an answer, but there's all sorts of other possible answers, right? Factory farming of animals and that sort of thing that might come up, and that might really resonate with students, right? Who, yeah, I could kind of see that, although I eat meat and I sure enjoy my steak or whatever.
Our final question.
Good morning. My question is for either or both of you, and this is continuing with the idea of sin, the scriptural idea, which states the sins of the fathers will be visited on the children unto the third and fourth generations, which is exactly where we are as a nation. So I'm wondering, and especially the sins of some of the founding fathers, wondering what will it take, now that we have actually elected a black president twice, what will it take to convince black Americans today that this country is no longer a racist country? And is the idea of reparations fair to those of us who had nothing to do with the sins of the fathers?
It's a great question. Nothing bothers me more than when people say nothing has changed in America with respect to race, because it's so obviously false. Lots have changed, right? A lot of things have changed. We have eliminated chattel slavery. That was a really big deal. We have eliminated Jim Crow laws. We have addressed in forceful ways almost every form of overt racial discrimination you could do. It's almost all illegal in any public sort of place. So we've done a lot. We've elected an African American as president, plenty of members of Congress, and so forth and so on. So first of all, to remind people of this progress, to stipulate that a lot of work remains. We have not arrived at perfection, and we all should be actively involved in our communities and societies and politics to address remaining evils. One of the things I think is important as well, especially in light of something like the New York Times 1619 Project that just kind of paints all of America as hopelessly racist. I really like going to people like Frederick Douglass and What to the Slave is the 4th of July, and his appeal to the Declaration of Independence as having principles that are critical for America, and we need to live up to these principles, right? King did the same thing. I think this is so much more effective than pretending things haven't changed. They have changed, but they haven't changed enough. So that's what I would emphasize with my students.
You know, the first question that you asked, this is the ongoing work of the civil rights era, and yeah, you can point to any number of victories, and you can point to Obama being elected, and any number of black officials being elected, and I think that we shift pendulums a lot in the country. We're moving away from an emphasis on talking about systemic racism in the last couple of years, probably. In terms of what it would take, for black people to think differently, I couldn't say. I will tell you that it does not help. It does not help to have a cartoon depiction of the Obamas as apes. That is going to reinforce a bad view. That's going to be a reminder to people that, wait a minute, what's going on there? That doesn't help out, but we've also moved a good bit away from sort of the, kind of the peak woke of George Floyd and 2020. I don't think that this is ever going to go away. So I don't really know. I'm kind of stumbling. I don't really know how to answer that first question. But it is one, black conservatives are going to answer this a bit differently. Somebody like a Glenn Lowry is going to say, to answer that question, black Americans need to start looking within, rather than without, For the reparations, that's one of those questions that it cycles around, about every, I don't know how many years we have a debate on reparations in the country. And it never seems to go anywhere. It's so impractical that it never happens, getting into questions about who really, would warrant a reparation, how much are we talking about? It always seems to fizzle out. So that one's just going to be something that kind of comes back around again and again. It's also, I think it's worth noting that in many ways the civil rights movement itself did produce some, I don't know that they're called this exactly, but I don't know what you would say the 1964 Civil Rights Act is other than a form of reparations. Making an inclusive nation, abolishing formal racism, creating opportunities for people. That's a form of reparations. So we have done these things in the past. And it's worth pointing out to people that we have not done exactly what you hear many people saying about reparations, but we have taken forms of them before. It's also interesting to note that there have been limited scale, small scale forms of reparations where they compensated the slaveholders, though, in America's past. The British did this when slavery was abolished in Washington, D.C. They reimbursed the slaveholders there, so a very, very limited scale. But it was for the slaveholders, not for the formerly enslaved. So that's always a catch. But there are examples of doing some forms of reparations in America's past.
All right, please give a round of applause for our wonderful panel here. We will now break for lunch. I believe we have barbecue in the lobby, and we will return here at 1 p.m. with a short presentation from Dr. Miguel Benitez, and then following that, a panel at 1:15. And so please enjoy lunch and get the chance to stretch your legs. For those of you who are on our campus for the first time, I very much encourage you to go take some time, go on a walk, check out the Bayfront. We have a wonderful campus here at New College of Florida. It's really one of the delightful things about being here. And so thank you all for your participation this morning, and we will reconvene in here at 1 o'clock.
Let's go ahead and jump in here. So we are launching our first cohort for the Master of Ed and Ed Leadership this fall. And there's a few aspects of our program that I think do make it unique compared to the other similar type of programs in the state university system. The first is that we are a face-to-face program. So as part of our program, you'll get to visit our campus on Monday and Tuesday evenings for class. We believe that for some of the important work that we want to do and the culture that we want to build in the program, we need to be together and in person. I've reserved one of the most beautiful rooms on campus as a classroom for this program, and we believe that our in-person classes will allow us to have the discussions, the modeling, and practicing that is needed to grow as a teacher and leader. Second, there's a strong emphasis on the cognitive science of learning in our program. There's legislation working its way through Tallahassee now that will require future teachers to take at least one course in the cognitive science of learning. Teachers enrolled in our program would be ahead of the curve and will be equipped to help their fellow teachers with professional development in this area. And then third, this is a great books program. In our courses, we will be working through some of the enduring ideas from thinkers like Plato and Aristotle to what we might call great books adjacent authors like C.S. Lewis and Mortimer Adler. The great books will serve as our teachers and provide us with great material to wrestle with in our discussions. The great books provide us content from which we can learn, but also provides the professors in the program content with which to do our teaching. And that's an important aspect of this program, that we are not merely having meta discussions about how somebody should teach in the classroom. We as professors will model how teaching should be done in the classroom. You will be involved in that process. So we also want our program to serve you in your particular context. We know that we have fellows that are in different teaching contexts. I was speaking with a principal of a charter school earlier this week, and he completed a master's in educational leadership at one of the state institutions. And he indicated to me that as somebody working in a charter school, it was really difficult for him because every time the issue of charter schools came up, it was just negative, and it was the very idea of charter schools was seen as a huge negative. And so it was constantly talked down to, and he felt really out of place. I want you to understand that our goal is to equip you and prepare you to flourish in your particular context. So whether that's in a traditional public school, one of our charter schools, or in a private independent school, we want you to be prepared to flourish as a teacher and a leader in that context. As part of our curriculum, you will have two practicum courses that you will complete. One is a teaching practicum, and the other one is a leadership practicum, and we would want you to complete both of those right where you are, in your school, and so we want to be able to work that in with your current position. We've just hired a faculty member that will help me launch the program in August. She has her doctorate in educational leadership and policy. She's done a lot of work coaching principals and teachers, especially at Title I schools, in helping them turn around their schools. This program is 36 credits. As I mentioned previously, it is a face-to-face program. Classes will meet on Monday evenings from 6 to 9 p.m. and Tuesdays from 6 to 10 p.m. To be full-time in the program, you have to take 9 credits a semester, but we've structured the courses in such a way that you'll only ever take 2 courses at a time. So one of the courses will go all semester, and the other 2 will be split up into sub-terms. So you're only taking 2 courses at a time. This program does not have a summer requirement. I know some teachers prefer to do all their work in the summers. Others want to protect their summers. So we're opting for the latter. You will not need to do coursework or come to class over the summer. So it'll just be a fall, spring course load. The total cost of the program, I know that those that are interested, that's one of the important questions for us to address. So the total cost of the program is just north of $17,000 for the entire program. That said, we do have tuition assistance for those that are joining us in our first year. Any tuition assistance that you're awarded in year 1, we would also honor that in year 2 as well. I also have a fellowship, which our applicants are in the running for, which would cover full tuition for the program as well. So we're really excited about the launch of this program, and so we believe, like I said at the beginning, that teachers who are finding this work here as a Liberty Fellow useful and helpful for professional development would be a really good fit in our program. So thank you for giving me a few minutes. Anybody have any questions about the program or anything related to it? Yes?
There are no classes offered in the summer if you wanted to.
Correct. Yeah. Currently, we're not structured to offer classes in the summer. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Great. Yes?
You have to take a grand total of 9 credits, or can you work at your own pace and do?
You can work at your own pace. So you can be a part-time student in our program, and that's perfectly fine. Just be aware we can give more tuition assistance to those that are doing it full-time. But yes, you can certainly do it part-time and work at your own pace. Absolutely. Any other questions? All right, great. I'll hand it over to our panelists.
All right. Thank you very much, Miguel, and thank you, everyone, for returning after lunch for an exciting afternoon. And so our panel here is on religion and the founding. And of course, we know religious liberty was one of the central elements of the founding. The right to religious worship was considered an unalienable right, often referred to as the right of conscience, sometimes thought of as the primary, the fundamental right. As Thomas Jefferson says in his Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, that Almighty God hath made the mind free, and manifested his supreme will, that free it shall remain, by making it altogether insusceptible of restraint. Yet we also know that religious belief, religious ideas, and Christianity had a fundamental role in shaping the founding of the United States. And as George Washington said in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism, who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. And so here we have, in a way, the two poles, the two pillars of religion in early America. Our panelists joining us today are Dr. Mark David Hall and Dr. Bruce Abramson. Dr. Hall gets the gold star for today for serving on 2 panels. And I've introduced him before, but I'll remind you who he is. Dr. Hall is a professor in Regent University's Robertson School of Government and director of the Center for Religion, Culture, and Democracy's Religious Liberty in the States. He earned a BA in Political Science from Wheaton College and a PhD in Government from the University of Virginia. He has written, edited, or co-written 15 books, including Did America Have a Christian Founding? Separating Modern Myth from Historical Truth. And joining Dr. Hall is our own Dr. Bruce Abramson. Bruce Abramson is the Executive Director of Recruitment and Partnerships of the Applied Data Science Program at New College of Florida. He holds a PhD in Computer Science from Columbia and a JD from Georgetown. He has contributed to scholarly literature of computing, law, and business, published 8 books, and written about 300 opinion columns discussing a wide range of policy and political issues, including religious freedom. I think I've written about 300 words this year, so 300 opinion columns is really impressive. His most recent book, American Spirit or Great Awakening, discusses America's spiritual crisis, the metaphysics of wokeism, and the tension between them. Dr. Hall, the floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you again for having me. I actually have been to this campus before. We were here last summer in Religious Liberty in the States project. We ranked the states 1 to 50 in terms of how well they protect religious liberty. And Florida was number 1 last year. So we had a little press conference here. Governor DeSantis came up, and it It was a great time. So yeah, religious liberty is very important, and I may get there in my talk. We'll see. I want to begin a bit more broad, and then we'll see how far we get through the talk. I understand you got a copy of the book, Did America Have a Christian Founding? And so I'll sort of lead into the subject by talking about the lead question, did America have a Christian founding? What I found as I'm beginning as a graduate student, I started reading really widely on these topics, and basically there's two big answers to this question. One is, yes, of course, America had a wonderful, godly Christian founding. The founders were all evangelical Christians, and George Washington, if he were alive today, would certainly be worshiping in an evangelical megachurch. The authors of these books tend to not be academics. They tend to be popular Christian writers, and they aren't always that careful with their use of evidence. They sometimes use quotations that were fabricated and make leaps of logic. So it's really easy to dismiss these books. Now, these books have been criticized by other academics, including other academics at Christian colleges, pointing out their weaknesses. So I'm not so concerned with this set of books. I'm very concerned, on the other hand, with probably the majority of literature written by scholars and popular authors alike, by people at the best institutions in our land, places like Cornell, University of Chicago School of Law, and so forth. And their answer to the question is no, absolutely not. America did not have a Christian founding. In fact, most of America's founders were deists. They created a godless constitution, and they wanted to strictly separate church and state, to build a wall of separation between church and state. And I think these answers or those positions are just flat out wrong. What I do, if you haven't read the book yet, what you'll see is each chapter of the book, I begin with probably about 6 quotations with, again, very prominent scholars. These aren't from tweets, they aren't from the internet. They're academic books and bestseller books published by Norton and this sort of thing. Where they will argue, where they will say things like most of America's founders were deists. So you have about 6 quotations. If you go to the end note, you'll see another 12 quotations. So I'm trying to make it clear I'm not attacking a straw person here. And that book's largely a project of demolition. And then we'll do that. Then perhaps we can talk about positive ways in which Christianity influenced the America's founders. So let me begin with a few definitional issues. So how would we know if America had a Christian founding? What would a Christian founding look like? And in considering a couple possible answers to this, I'll have a chance to throw out some data that might be useful in your courses. So one possibility is that simply if we could go back in time and talk to America's founders, they would identify themselves as Christians. If this is what we mean by a Christian founding, then indisputably America had a Christian founding. About 98% of Americans of European descent are Protestants, 2% Roman Catholic, and you have about 2,000 Jews in 4 or 5 American cities. So an overwhelmingly Christian population. Now you'll note, of course, I'm not talking about enslaved Americans or Native Americans, so I'm leaving them to the side. That's not a matter of disrespect. But when we're thinking about the founding of America, America's break from Great Britain, the creation of our constitutional order, enslaved Africans, Native Americans really didn't play much of a role in that. Whereas the sort of people in Philadelphia in 1787 and the state ratification conventions and the state legislatures, they would be this population I'm talking about. So overwhelmingly Christian, but that's not a really interesting answer. These could have been Christians self-consciously attempting to create a secular political order. This could have been Christians influenced by non-Christian sources. And so, self-identification isn't all that interesting to me. A slightly more interesting possibility is one might want to argue that they were all Orthodox Christians, Christians that accept the basic doctrines of Christianity as articulated in the Apostles' Creed or Nicene Creed, something like that. The problem with that possibility is it's really hard to know what a number of the founders believed. Now, with the big boys, the Thomas Jeffersons, the John Adams, we have reams of paper, book after book after book of their letters and documents. And so you can kind of get at that. So we can know for sure that, for instance, a Jefferson, a Franklin, and an Adams are not Orthodox Christians. They're crystal clear in their denial of basic tenets of Christianity. But when we get beyond these really important founders, the founders that saved their papers. When we get down to a Patrick Henry, a George Mason, a Roger Sherman, oftentimes the documentation is very sparse. So it's hard to say, we can say for sure that such and such was a member of this church, maybe on the vestry, but it's hard to go much beyond that. I do think, and I think I do this pretty well, the claim that most of America's founders were deists is easily falsifiable, and I believe I demolished that in the book. There's a couple of other possibilities, but I want to jump to where I land, and that'll allow us to progress. I think the idea of a Christian founding is best understood as America's founders were influenced by Christian ideas or ideas developed within the Christian tradition of political reflection. And here I'm in very good company. Book after book has been written about whether or not the founders were influenced by Lockean liberalism, the classical Republican tradition, the Scottish School of Moral Sense. So I'm sort of putting Christianity on the table here. And of course, no one would say it was all one thing or the other, and I'm not saying that, to be sure. But I would say Christianity was maybe a preeminent influence, and it's one that needs to be taken very seriously if we want to have an accurate account of America's founding. All right, well, if we turn, and I'm just going to jump, one of the things I do if I had the freedom to give this entire talk is I'd consider a couple of different possibilities for when America was founded. At least one possibility would be the early colonial settlements. I think that's the easiest case, right? Especially in New England, but even as we go south to the mid-Atlantic colonies, to the southern colonies, it's pretty evident through the sort of laws on the books, the charters, and this sort of thing. Jumping to the thing we're celebrating this year, the 250th anniversary of America, the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a good possibility. You could say America was founded in 1776. I really like that possibility. And the Declaration of Independence then is our kind of a mission statement for the United States of America, especially that wonderful second paragraph. So that's a possibility, but it's kind of interesting. Some people don't like that as a possibility. You could raise some objections. First of all, you could say, what exactly happened after the Declaration of Independence? What was created? Was the United States of America created, or were 13 independent sovereigns essentially created? Sovereigns that eventually came to work together under the Articles of Confederation, and then, of course, eventually the founders met in Philadelphia to create and design the constitutional order under which we live today. And so one might point to the Constitution as the real origins of the United States of America. I'm going to just jump right to the Constitution to give you a couple of ideas about how I approach this anyway, and then we'll maybe leave off with religious liberty. Before I get to the actual Constitution, though, let me call your attention to a really interesting study that really could be redone today so much better. A guy named Donald Lutz, about 40 years ago, did a wonderful survey of the political literature of the American founding. He looked at, literally, he began with multiple thousands of documents. He whittled them down to about 920, and then he went through these documents and he simply counted citations. Who are the founders citing in their political documents? So he's not doing devotional literature or agricultural literature, it's the actual political documents. And what he found is the Bible was by far and away the most cited work, cited something like 32% of the time. All Enlightenment works combined were cited about 22% of the time. So you got Montesquieu, Locke, Beccaria, Smith, and so forth and so on, 22% of the time versus 32% of the time. This study, incidentally, was published in my discipline's premier journal, the American Political Science Review. Now, poor Donald Lutz was doing this by hand, right? You can imagine today with everything that's been digitized and the ability to search digital manuscripts, I think this could be done so much better. The study is very limited, though, and I think, in fact, he drastically undercounts references to the Bible because he tells us he is not including political sermons if they don't also have citations to secular authors. Now, political sermons in this era were a very important form of political literature. Oftentimes, what would happen is you'd have a a legislature that's meeting together for the first time in the year. They would invite a minister to come and preach the sermon, reminding the elected legislators of their duties. Then oftentimes the legislature would vote to thank the priest or the minister, and then to publish the sermon. And so that it would be widely distributed, right? But Lutz tells us he's not going to count those if they don't also quote a Montesquieu or Beccari or someone like that. And I haven't gone through it, but my guess is that that includes a lot of the sermons. More significantly, he is literally looking for citations, Micah 4:4, something like that, whereas the founders routinely alluded to Scripture or quoted Scripture without including the citation. I picked Micah 4:4 on purpose. That was George Washington's favorite verse by far and away. He alludes to it more than 40 times in a wide range of documents, public documents, private documents, and so forth and so on. Never once does he put the little parenthetical citation, Micah 4:4, after he quotes it. And so Donald Lutz would have missed all these altogether. All right, so let me jump to the Constitution and give a couple of ideas of the sort of thing I'm talking about. I think probably one of the most evident ways in which the founders were influenced by a Christian idea was their conviction that humans are sinful or self-interested. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and even redeemed humans continue to struggle with the old man within. This was a widespread commitment of America's founders. Now, you might object, that's not a distinctively Christian idea. One could imagine a Chinese peasant in the 8th century just sort of looking around and saying, wow, people are jerks. You know, people are not good, they're self-interested. So it certainly isn't a uniquely Christian idea, but in a land that is 98% Protestant, where people learn to read with the New England Primer that has a real cute little alphabet, a little rhyme scheme for learning the alphabet that begins with this: A, Adam. In Adam's sin, we fall all. This is the sort of way people are learning to read, and again, an overwhelmingly Protestant population, although Catholics believe in original sin as well. And so this idea is just widespread. So you get something like Madison and Federalist 51, if men were angels, government wouldn't be necessary, but men aren't angels. And so therefore we need government, and we need to be really careful of concentrated power. So we want separation of powers, checks and balances, federalism, and this sort of thing. Enlightenment thought at the time, at least some strains of it, are going the opposite direction, saying, no, humans aren't sinful. They're perfectible. And if we just fix things like the educational system, we could arrive at utopia. So this would just be one example. Another example that really helps us with a lot of puzzles is the founders' understanding of liberty. The founders made a distinction that almost none of my students, and I teach at a Christian college, but almost none of my students make today. When it comes to liberty. What is liberty? Almost all my students will say, well, the freedom to do whatever you want except for punching someone in the nose, right? This was not at all, this is a John Stuart Mill understanding of liberty. It's a conception of liberty I kind of like, but for the founders, liberty is the freedom to do what is right. They distinguish between liberty and licentiousness. James Wilson, an early Supreme Court justice, gave a series of law lectures, and in his epigraph, he has this: law without liberty is tyranny. Liberty without law is licentiousness. And if we understand this, we can, things like the Alien and Sedition Acts all of a sudden make a lot more sense. Whereas today, they just befuddle people who, how can the same Congress that, more or less the same Congress that passed the First Amendment come back and pass the Alien and Sedition Acts? Well, it makes sense if you understand the founders' views of liberty. Let me just mention two more. One, and this is absolutely critical, the founders were convinced that that humans are created in the imago Dei, the image of God. And this means, at least in part, that we can order our lives together through reason and conviction, not by force and violence. It also, they're coming to understand some of the implications of this. Well, isn't it kind of problematic that one imager of God is owning another imager of God? Is that a possibility? And I think this conviction is one of the things that led to this movement away from slavery that we saw in this era. Let me give you a quotation from a U.S. Supreme Court opinion, Chisholm versus Georgia, good old James Wilson again. He literally writes this in the Supreme Court opinion: man, fearfully and wonderfully made, is a workmanship of his all-perfect creator. That's in a U.S. Supreme Court opinion. Those of you who know your Bible well know this is a paraphrase of Psalm 139, verse 4, I believe. James Wilson does not include the little parenthetical citation. So Donald Lutz, if you had considered this, would have missed this reference to the Bible. Wilson then spins this out in important ways. For instance, in the law lectures, he writes that life with evident approval, he writes that life with consistency, beautiful in a deviating human life from its commencement to its close is protected by the common law from its commencement to its close. It should be protected. He later even addresses the question of suicide. Is suicide permissible? Now today, oftentimes when you ask that, the obvious response is, well, whose life is it anyway? With the implication that it's my life, I'll take it if I want. Wilson had a very different answer. He said, no, suicide is never permissible because it's not your life, in fact. It's God's life. So I think this commitment to the dignity of all persons is just critical for the American founders. Let me turn then to something more practical. Let's see, how many minutes? I have about 5 minutes, is that right? 5 minutes, okay. Yeah, so religious liberty, church-state relations. Here, believe it or not, 1947, Everson versus the Board of Education, Justice Wiley Rutledge in his dissent, Justice Hugo Black in his majority opinion, they differ on how that case should be decided, but they both insist that we must interpret the religion clause. It's interesting they called it a clause, not clauses. We must interpret the religion clause in light of their generating history. And so they began this pursuit that really started in 1947. People talk about the court recently turning to history and tradition, but with respect to the religion clause of the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Since 1947, they've been originalists. All Supreme Court justices have. I wrote a law review article about this one, so I went through literally every religion clause opinion from start to finish, and I just simply, kind of like Donald Lutz, I kind of counted, okay, who are these guys citing, who's making historical arguments, who's not. Jurisprudential liberals are actually slightly more likely to make historical arguments than our jurisprudential conservatives, which is a little bit counterintuitive. The problem is, from my perspective, is the progressives make very bad arguments, especially with respect to the Establishment Clause. People are pretty good with respect to the religious liberty. They recognize that people, justices, that by the time we get to the founding era, the founders had come to a consensus that religious liberty is very important, that it certainly protects belief, but it protects freedom of worship, but it also protects your ability to act upon your religious conviction whenever possible. And there's a whole host of ways in which I could delineate this and show that really there's widespread conviction on this point. So I want to go to the Establishment Clause. Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion, which is a bit more divided, let's put it that way. And it's divided in part because of what Black and Rutledge did in Everson versus the Board of Education. They adopted a syllogism that is just really bad history. And it goes something like this. We must interpret the Establishment Clause in light of the founders' views. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison equal the American founders. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison wanted a wall of separation between church and state. Therefore, the Establishment Clause requires a wall of separation between church and state, or strict separation of church and state. This is just horrible history, and I'll begin to make that case. I won't be able to finish it, but I'll begin to make it by talking about Thomas Jefferson, because that's counterintuitive, right? You would think, obviously, Thomas Jefferson wanted this sort of wall of separation between church and state. He, after all, uses this metaphor in a letter to the Danbury Baptists in 1802. But if you actually pay attention to Jefferson, as governor of Virginia, he issues a call for prayer. When he designs America's seal in 1776, the image he would have used is the people of Israel fleeing Egypt, with Pharaoh and his army chasing them, and Moses up on a hill holding his hands up and the Red Sea engulfing the army of Pharaoh. So this is Thomas Jefferson for our national seal. This is what he would have had. He didn't get his way. Of course, we ended up going in a different direction thanks to Charles Thompson. But I will close with this because I just love the connection between actually I can make two connections here, but I'll just make this one. Literally, one day after Thomas Jefferson finished his letter to the Danbury Baptist, he went to church in the U.S. Capitol building, where he heard John Leland, that great Baptist itinerant minister, and himself an opponent of religious establishments, preach. Jefferson also made the War Department building and the Treasury Department building available for worship services on a Sunday. And I could give you more evidence for Jefferson, I could give you more evidence for Madison, but then if I turn from Jefferson and Madison to the rest of America's founders, what you see is just absolutely no evidence that the founders wanted a wall of separation between church and state. Basically, the Establishment Clause does what the clear word suggests. It says we are not going to have a national church. The founders understood about national churches, right? England had a national church, 9 of the 13 colonies and then states had official establishments. We aren't going to have an official establishment. Otherwise, all sorts of things are permitted, and what we can do is have an honest debate about whether or not things like school vouchers that can be used at private religious schools are a good idea or not, but certainly there's no Establishment Clause barrier to that sort of thing. All right, so I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take things in a somewhat different direction. I'm going to put the concept of religion that appears in the American founding within broader historical context. And more than that, I'm going to argue that this was a critical question coming at a critical turning point for Western civilization, and that everything that we saw in the late 18th century has defined everything that's come after it for the last 250 years. Now, why is this point so important? Because, again, I believe that the most important decision that a society makes is where you draw the line between the law of God and the law of man. That's more important than republic versus monarchy. It's more important than authoritarian versus democratic. It's more important than capitalist versus communist. Where you draw the line between God and man. Now let's start. The Declaration of Independence says, actually defines who Americans are. It's a wonderful abstract opening. We, the new Americans, hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. We've got a creator in there. Okay? Creator doesn't have a name, not called God, not called Jesus. We've got a creator, and the creator endows people with rights. And everything that develops in America from there is downstream of that statement. In fact, the Declaration goes on later because, quite frankly, just saying that we believe that the Creator endowed us with inalienable rights doesn't really tell us anything about what we're doing here. It tells us who we are. What are we doing? Well, government, which we'll get to in 13 more years, government is instituted by men to secure these rights. So the Creator has endowed us with rights, and government is a completely man-made institution whose sole job is to secure the rights that God gave us. Now, it turns out that at just the time we were having this conversation, there was a twin revolution going on across the Atlantic, and there's a sister document. It's the French Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen. And what do they say in that document? And by the way, it talks about many of the same rights. These are wonderfully parallel documents that should be studied together. But what does it say about God, about Creator, about where rights come from? It says in its preamble, the National Assembly recognizes and proclaims, in the presence and under the auspices of the Supreme Being, the following rights of man and citizen. Very different approach. What's going on in France? We, the people, the French Assembly, man, have decided that these rights exist. And by the way, we're not total atheists, even though we just killed more clergy than nobles, but we're not total atheists. There is a Supreme Being. He's welcome to watch. Being the Supreme Being, we'll assume he can bring his own chair and he's got a good view. Hang out, we'll tell you what we're doing. Radically different approach. Now, why did we need these radically different approaches? Why was this question floating around at that time? And how does this frame discussion? Let me go back a little bit. Let's fade back a little bit before the founding of America. Let's go back to Western civilization. We toss the word around a lot. I like defining my terms. What is Western civilization and where did it come from? Where did it start? Well, maybe some people will disagree. I peg the starting point as coming about 2,400 years ago when Alexander the Great conquers Judea. Now what happens? Hellenistic culture and Judean culture are very different cultures. but they discover that they have some very, very important and very unusual things in common. These are both extraordinarily literate cultures. They're literary cultures. They're full of people who like talking about ideas, and they're full of people who actually like writing the history of their people grounded in God. Okay? And what you start getting is a tremendous amount of exchange between these cultures and their differing ideas, their differing concepts and approaches to logic, to reasoning, to idea, to God. You start getting this amazing cross-fertilization. And it takes about 400 years before we get to what is a legitimate fusion ideology. Okay? It is not Greek, it is not Hellenistic, it is not Judean, it is pure fusion. It's called Christianity. Okay? Christianity cannot fit cleanly into either Judean or Hellenistic culture. It borrows from both, and you can see it in early Christian writings. I mean, most obviously, Jesus was a Jewish rabbi preaching to Jews. Paul was a Jewish rabbi preaching to Gentiles, and Luke is a Greek preaching to Gentiles. These are the first three leaders of the movement. If you look at the Gospels, Matthew, at least to my non-specialist eye, reads like Hebraic literature. John, again to my non-specialist eye, reads like Greek literature. They were both Jewish. Okay? This is a fusion movement. And it bubbles up, and it actually creates problems. Christianity scares the Roman Empire in ways that Judaism didn't. The Romans didn't like the Judeans. Okay? The Judeans were annoying. They were a hard province to conquer. They didn't much care about the Jews. There was a huge diaspora Jewish community not living in Judea, living throughout the entirety of the Roman Empire, that nobody talks about because nobody much gave a damn about them. They weren't a problem. The Judeans were a rebel province. Didn't care about Jews. Christians were different. Christians were out evangelizing. Christians were out telling the people of Rome, give up your traditions, move away from your God, change who you are, come over to us. This was a danger. And it's one of the reasons that the Romans and the Christians didn't get along for several centuries until Constantine decides that he's going to set himself up as the patron of Christianity, and he's going to declare Christianity to be the official religion of the Roman Empire. Now here's a problem. Okay? If Christianity is the official religion of the Roman Empire, well, we kind of need an official Roman Christianity, because there wasn't a Christianity at the time. There were a lot of them. There were a lot of them. There were, by counts that I've seen, 200 Gospels floating around. Everybody wanted a different canon. There were different philosophies. There were differing views on everything. There were a lot of Christianities. So pretty much the first thing that Constantine does is he convenes the Council of Nicaea, and he says, get me an official Roman Christianity. So they do, and it leads to an institution called the church. And the church is very much a tool of imperial governance. Okay? It is the representation of official Roman Christianity. And it's got a couple of things. First of all, it's got monotheism, which it inherits from the Jews. Okay? It's got universalism, which is new. Okay? This is a radical concept. Prior to Christianity, nobody ever said there's only one way to God. I mean, the pagan world, pagans were, ecumenical on these things, right? I mean, I had my God in my town, and when I went visiting somewhere, the first thing I did was I said, let me go honor your God, so be nice to me while I'm here, and I don't worry that my God is feeling jealous back home. The Jews got in trouble because they didn't play that game, but even then they were cut some slack, because you know what? You guys have been doing this for 1,000 years. It's your stick. Go stick with it. But universalism is brand new. The third thing that the church inherits is imperial governance. Okay? And empires, all empires, every single one, if there's an exception, I haven't found it, have certain things in common. First of all, they're all multicultural. Why? Because you can't be an empire until you've conquered other people. Just can't get there. So you got other people. Second thing is, they're all supremacist. In no empire are the conquered people equal under the law to the emperor's people. I mean, setting aside the slaves and the women and all the other people, I didn't really count. They're all supremacist. And the church basically takes this approach. The church basically says, okay, we, essentially, now that we're in charge, Christians are first under the law. What do you do with everybody who's not Christian? Well, who's not Christian? Well, you got a big group, particularly early on, who are pagans. Okay? Pagans need to be converted. Eventually, we figure out if we can't convert them, we'll kill them. You know who's worse than pagans? In fact, you know who's worse than anybody? Heretics. Heretics cannot be tolerated. All of those Christianities that just got weeded out at the Council of Nicaea, they've all got to go. They've all got to go. And in fact, this is a church emphasis for well over 1,000 years. Okay? You've got the heretics who were there because they were Christian ideologies prior to the church. But you've also got a history. Every couple of centuries, every couple of generations, some movement rises up that says the people running the church today have taken our faith in the wrong direction, and we have to snap it back to where it is. And throughout all of church history, some of those things are incorporated as reforms, and others are squelched as heresies. Heresies cannot be tolerated. Now, who does that leave? Well, it leaves the Jews, and no one knows what to do with the Jews. And there's a huge debate about this in the first several centuries of Christianity. There are some very, very anti-Jewish writers who want to de-Judaize Christianity. They lose. They lose. Council of Nicaea, there are a few councils that come after that. You eventually incorporate the entire Jewish canon as the Old Testament. And you get up to the critical player, who was St. Augustine. And Augustine basically puts the matter to rest. He says, we can't purge the Jews. We need the Jews. They must be preserved. They must also be degraded. He comes up with what's known as the witness doctrine, okay? And he's got a theological idea behind it, which is the way that we know that Christ is the Messiah is that he was a fulfillment of prophecies. But the prophecies were all Jewish prophecies coming from Jewish prophets written in Jewish books. So we basically need to keep the Jews as our librarians. Okay? When the pagans say to us, why should we accept your God? We can say, look, the Jews will vouch for the prophecies that he fulfilled. Now, as far as I know, it never actually worked that way. I'm unaware of any recorded history of any pagan group ever saying, hey, Christians, I thought you were full of crap, but if the Jews will vouch for your prophecy, I'm becoming a Christian. As far as I know, it never worked. But ironically, he did set up, okay, he did set up one more important aspect of Western civilization, and that is that at every important juncture, at every important time, one of the questions that must be asked by every Western culture is, what the hell do we do with the Jews? Okay? It is uniform throughout history. And what's more, the witness doctrine actually plays itself out in inverse form. If you want to know the material and spiritual health of a Christian community, look to the Jews living in its midst. Because when Christian communities throughout Christendom face material threats, war, famine, plague, economic downturn, the Jews are scapegoats. When Christian communities face spiritual challenges, heresies that are hard to squelch, crusades, they take it out on the Jews along the way. So if the Jews are being oppressed, something is going wrong with the Christians around them. If the Jews are doing well, if the Jews are left alone, as they are through many periods in European history, they develop their own scholarship and they become loyal contributing citizens. So we got this paradigm that's going on, and this goes on for a millennium. Okay? There is still an imperial paradigm going. There's still an imperial paradigm. Christendom is governed as if it were an empire. It's a loose empire. It's a decentralized empire. But there is still this notion that there's a strict monopoly. The only way into the kingdom of heaven is through Christ. The only path to Christ is through the church. That's a pretty powerful monopoly. And anybody who doesn't play is a second-class citizen. Now, this lasts for about 1,000 years until Martin Luther comes up with a challenge to church. Church can't co-opt it, can't turn it into a reform movement, and they can't squelch it. And they don't know what to do about it. So we get a couple of centuries of wars. Okay? And these reach a stalemate at the end of the 30 Years' War and the Peace of Westphalia. And the Peace of Westphalia comes up with a rule that says the faith of the king is the faith of his kingdom. Now, many will tell you that this is the roots of religious tolerance. It's also the roots of religious discrimination. right? It says, hey, if I'm a Catholic king living next door to a Protestant king who's oppressing Catholic citizens, that's none of my damn business. So we got these issues. But what it really does is it completely shatters the governance structure of Western civilization. Okay? We no longer know what is holding us together as a civilization. We have no idea. We took something that had been there forever, we shattered it, we destroyed it, and we replaced it with nothing. And how do we know we replaced it with nothing? Because in the 125 years following the Peace of Westphalia, there were 2 rounds of bloody wars. One of them runs from about late 1680s to the mid-1710s, with the biggest war there being the War of Spanish Succession. The other one runs from 1740 through the mid-1860s, War of Austrian Succession, 7 Years' War, French and Indian War. And you know what these wars are about? They're about nothing. Nothing. They are strictly a matter of who's got power right now and how much of it can we grab. We have a civilization that is falling apart. It is fighting amongst itself over nothing other than who's got the most power today. Now we come up to our 2 revolutions in the late 18th century. And we don't know how to hold things together. Now, the American and French Revolution come up with 2 radically new concepts. The American concept, Americans come up with what is really, for the first time, a Protestant structure. I'm not talking about Protestant theology. I'm not talking about Protestantism. I'm talking about a Protestant governance structure, in much the same way that the church was defined to be an adjunct to the Roman Empire and therefore imperial. They come up with a Protestant structure, and they need it because, unlike Westphalia, which basically, let all kings go off in their own directions, and you get kind of local monopolies on faith. And I mean, as far as the Vatican is concerned, England and Prussia may both be Protestants, but Anglicans and Lutherans don't necessarily see themselves as being the same religion. In the Americas, people are living intertwined. Right? There's just no way that you can form any of these states, much less a unified country, unless we find some way for people to get along together. And they come up with this brilliant structure. What they basically do is they go back and they think about the different layers of religion. Okay? And they come up with a theory that says what we're going to do is we're going to have a shared morality. Okay? There is a baseline morality. There's an objective morality. We expect everybody to behave. But when it comes to theology, we're ecumenical. So your behavior on this world, that's subject to the laws of man. Whether or not it gets you into the next world, that's up to God. We have no opinion. And this is what's reflected in our 2 documents, in the 2 clauses, the Free Exercise Clause and the Establishment Clause. Now what's going on in France? France has a very different answer, very important answer. France says, Christendom had a good run. It's done. It's not how we organize our societies anymore. We have new ideas. And this is the first victory of utopian thinking. And they wipe out, I mean, the French Revolution, okay, wipes out the calendar tied to Christ. We got a New Year 0. It wipes out the fall of man. Humanity is perfectible. Right? It wipes out the month and the year because they're not logical. We end up with 10 months, which, is not just taking on Christianity, it's picking a fight with the moon. They're starting everything from scratch. And now this is what we have. Western civilization, 250 years ago, comes up with these 2 different answers to the relationship between the rule of man and rule of God. One is shared core morality, objective, grounded in biblical morality, theologically ecumenical. The second one says, no, we just need a new set of ideas. It's fundamentally new. And this defines everything that happens in the West for the next 250 years. Now, how do I know some of this? Because of this important question that we said we have to ask all the time. What about the Jews? Now, the French Assembly actually asked the question explicitly. what about the Jews? And the famous line comes from the Count Clement de Tonnerre. He says, we must refuse everything to the Jews as a nation, but accord everything to Jews as individuals. What's the view here? As far as he's concerned, Jew is a category within Christendom, which isn't completely wrong, right? And since we've gotten rid of Christendom, the Jew category is evaporated. Of course, it denies any agency to the Jews. It denies any affirmative identity. It denies that anybody might think of themselves as Jews. It denies that the Jews think of themselves as Jews, completely independent of Christianity. Jews do not spend a lot of time thinking about Christianity unless they got to deal with Christian governance. Why is it in the United States? Well, you know what? Nowhere. We don't ask that question. Not in the Declaration of Independence. It's not in the Constitution. Sitting around wondering, no one's bothered asking, what about the Jews? So you know who asks the question? The Jews. You get a letter from the Jewish community in Newport, Rhode Island, and they write what is really a very standard letter written by minority communities following a regime change. They write to George Washington, and they say, wow, we can't believe our luck. Who would have imagined that we could live in a country that would choose such a benign, kind, enlightened, handsome, tall leader? And on tall, they're lucky it wasn't James Madison, because George Washington was in fact tall. They write him this glowing letter. And George Washington writes back, and he pretty much lets on he knows they're blowing smoke up his ass. But he has some nice things to say too, because they want to know, what about the Jews in this new regime? And he writes, happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. Now what's key here, all right? He says, look, the only thing I care about is, are you a good citizen? That doesn't mean, do you think of yourself as a good citizen? It means I have an objective notion of good, and I expect you to conform to it. And it happens to work very well for the Jews, because good is defined in biblical morality, which is overwhelmingly Old Testament morality. Right? The difference between Old Testament and New Testament morality is marginal, and it's mostly tweaks. Now we have this system. How does the American system work for religion? Well, it turns out it's phenomenal. Okay? Constitution is passed in 1789. Second Great Awakening starts in the 1790s. You got 50 years of massive, by the time of the Revolution, less than 20% of America was church-going. This turns around entirely, and by the middle of the 19th century, the sociology of American Christianity looks like nothing anywhere else. And who are the big winners? Who's emerging for? The groups focused on persuasion, the evangelists. Okay? They go out and they convince people of the truth of their faith. There's no coercion. Right? This is huge. Now let's take a look at some of the darker episodes in American religious history, and they prove the concept as well. 3 first non-Protestant groups, fully integrated into America, face discrimination, different forms of discrimination. Those are the Catholics, the Mormons, and the Jews. What was the gripe against the Catholics? You're too loyal to the Pope. Okay? The real concern, you are going to try to import a supremacist view of faith. You are going to say that your faith should have primacy under the law. We can't accept that because it violates one of our precepts. What was the gripe against the Mormons? Polygamy. You're undermining core biblical morality. We can't allow that. And in fact, the Mormons get rid of polygamy, and in 5 years, Utah becomes a state run by the Mormons? Okay? Once these problems are resolved, they're gone. What did the Jews face? Unusually, in all of Jewish history, no theological problems. The Jews face discrimination. We don't like Jews. We don't want you living in our neighborhood. I don't want to hire you. I don't want you in my club. No theological problem. And this is supposed to be the American structure. Right? The American structure is sign on to core morality, and we're theologically ecumenical beyond that. Now, that immediately says not every denomination of every faith can fit. If your denomination is supremacist, you're out. You cannot be part of the American polity. If your denomination, if your denomination violates core morality, you're out. Doesn't fit within the system. This is what's going on in America. What's going on in Europe? Utopianism has its day. Okay? The Europeans are obsessed with finding the next great thing to replace Christendom, and they give us many great things. They give us communism and socialism, the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, and in a far more benign form, the European Union. These are all utopian organizations. These are all ways to structure Western civilization without reference to Christianity. They're all disasters, varying forms of disasters. They're all disasters. And what happens in America? Starting in the late 1940s, going through the 1970s, Supreme Court comes up with some very disturbing interpretations of both the Free Exercise Clause and the Establishment Clause because we have a problem in law. Right? First Amendment talks about free exercise of religion, establishment of religion. What's a religion? Anybody? Well, under American law, we have no idea. None. None. But we do know that religions are treated differently from ideologies or philosophies. So Jesus died for our sin is a creedal statement of Christian belief, and you are allowed to say it under the Free Exercise Clause, and you're not allowed to impose it under the Establishment Clause. Justice means from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. That's a creedal statement of Marxism, which we've chosen not to treat as a religion for no clear reason. I mean, maybe there's a reason, but since we don't have a definition, we don't have a test, I don't know what it is. And therefore, maybe we can stop you from saying it, or let's evaluate it under free speech principles, not freedom of religion, and you're not imposing it. So we get that. This is where we are now. And that brings us up to today. And this is the fight that is tearing apart Western civilization. We've got utopians of various stripes saying we know the next great thing. We've got this great platform. We've got this great platform for governance that came up in the American founding that's largely been chased away. And perhaps best of all, whereas Westphalia may have obliterated church imperial governance in 1648, it actually took the church 300 years to internalize that. Okay? The Vatican did not internalize that it was only, that it had been reduced to the largest denomination among many until after World War II. And after World War II, Vatican leaders looked up and said, we were completely impotent in the face of the Nazis. Nazism was a pagan movement, and we were completely impotent. What's more, if Europe does reunify, it's going to do so as a utopian institution, not as a Christian one. And they start thinking about, for the first time, what it means to be but the largest denomination among many. And this is some of the stuff you start seeing coming up in Vatican II. Now, where are we today? We're in very bad shape, okay? The utopians are surging, right? Utopian thinking, wokeism, progressivism, globalism, these are all utopian ideas. They are extraordinarily popular across the West. The American framework, based in, modeled after Protestantism, has been eviscerated. It's not out there. We have thrown things open. The Free Exercise Clause has become a free-for-all, whether or not you share a core morality, and we've let in supremacist groups. Most Western Muslim organizations are Islamist and supremacist. That's not saying that Islam is supremacist. Whether it is or not is not up for me to decide. It is to say only non-supremacist Muslim denominations are compatible with America. The supremacist ones aren't. You're starting to see terrible stuff online, particularly with new converts who are finding faith, trying to bring back some of the worst doctrines in Christian history. I've seen sniping on, forget the anti-Semitism, I've seen sniping online between Catholics and Protestants that could have come out of the 16th century. I mean, this stuff is ugly. Orthodoxy is coming back into the mix. And the key question, what about the Jews, is back on the front pages for the first time in decades. And what we're seeing is that it's not pretty. We are seeing all of the signs of a deeply unhealthy Western civilization. The Jews are being scapegoated. Christianity is floundering. We have no governance structure. If we want to get back to where we are, we have got to focus the courts on defining religion, on understanding that the Free Exercise Clause is not a free-for-all, on determining that the Establishment Clause really is broader than just those things that call themselves a religion. And we need to treat ideology in the same way. And, you know, it wouldn't help to rekindle a little bit of knowledge of our faith, because one of the big problems that you see among all the new converts is that they combine deep, genuine, heartfelt passion with extraordinarily shallow knowledge. And that is a very dangerous combination. So I know I've gone over my time, but that's 2,400 years of history. So.
And since we've thrown open the gates of civilization, let's throw it open now to question and answer. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Dr. Ellis will come around with the mic.
Oh, hi. This is a question for Professor Hall. It's true that in the New England Primer it says at the beginning, in Adam's fall we sin it all, but it's, you know, my instinct is that, I mean, this is partly a clarification question. When you speak about the idea of self-interest and factionalism among the founders, I inevitably think of the Federalist Papers as, you know, what we now think of. This is the canonical version of those matters, and to me, at least, you know, I mean, I have my doubts that one can establish whether something is quote unquote Christian or not through the statistical method of seeing how often Christian sources are quoted. My own sense is that in the Federalist Papers, self-interest is not seen as a sign of corruption or fallenness, nor is it in Locke, and that I would, for example, say that, I hope you understand what I mean, that in a way Rousseau is a much more Christian thinker in terms of how he views self-interest. That for Rousseau, self-interest, at least in society, is somehow corrupt. And Rousseau also has an idea of innocence, whereas it seems like the authors of the Federalists have neither of these things. They have an idea of self-interest and faction as the very material, the building blocks of political life, as opposed to seeing them as regrettable weaknesses that afflict the human condition.
Well, thank you. No, that's a very good point. I think Madison and the Federalist Papers are somewhat outliers in this respect. Let me throw some more statistics at you. About 15% of Americans in the late 18th century are Anglican. 50 to 75% are Calvinist, are members of Calvinist denominations. You think of the Federalist Papers, the three authors are all Anglican. And Madison, very unusually, in Federalist 10, actually points to religion as a source of faction, which I think it can be. I think he's right about that. But the founding generation had a much different view of religion, which connects immediately to your talk. Jim Hudson of the Library of Congress has identified what he calls the founder's syllogism, and it goes like this. If a Republican form of government is to work, you must have a moral people. If you're going to have moral people, you must have a religious people. And clearly and indisputably in this context, they thought Christianity was necessary to generate these moral standards. So I think, and I agree with the statistics, you can't just cite who cites what and come to a conclusion. But I think if you dive into the literature beyond the Federalist Papers, that this idea that humans are sinful and that we have to take that into account when we build our political structures, it's just ubiquitous. You have a few little exceptions. The Pennsylvania Constitution is 1776. It was a disaster, right? And so what you see throughout the states at the national government is an attempt to avoid concentrated power through separation of powers, checks and balances, and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. That was one of the best panels I've heard anywhere. And Professor Adamson, I just ordered 2 of your books as a testament to your, so I'm contributing to your family's trust fund, okay, just to let you know. I have 2 questions, and unfortunately toward the end, I couldn't hear, there was some kind of microphone malfunction or something, but my question is, how do you define religious supremacism? And then toward the end of your talk, you mentioned one thing that the courts need to do today is to define religion. How would you begin to help the courts define religion?
So, two separate questions. How do I define religious supremacism? The same way I define any other form of supremacism. If you believe, if your position is we deserve specific rights under the law because, well, in case of religion, it would be because we are theologically correct and everybody else is wrong, that's religious supremacism. Okay? And my position is that is antithetical to the American system. Right? The American system, when we say no establishment, is literally, we are not taking a position on theological correctness. Okay? We have no idea. The U.S. government takes no position on who is getting into the kingdom of heaven. Right? You're entitled to your own belief, and at some point, if God feels like coming down and letting us know, we'll all learn something. So religious supremacism, I was defined as any notion that you are entitled to special rights under the law because of your faith, which necessarily means because of the theological correctness of your faith, right? Nobody would argue, yeah, my religion is wrong, but we deserve special rights anyway. The second question, sorry, what was the second question? I don't recall.
And then toward the end, unfortunately, you ran out of time, but you said one thing we could do is have the courts decide or define religion. And how would you begin to help them define religion?
Right. So if you look, in particular in my book, American Spirit or Great Awakening, I talk about the woke movement. And what I put forward is my belief that wokeism is a religion, not a religion substitute, not things that people are looking for in lieu of religion. And the way that I show that is that I go into the metaphysics of wokeism. Okay? And I actually show that every major plank of the woke agenda addresses a spiritual question. And it addresses a question that is frequently addressed by a religion. So the most obvious example is climate change is an apocalypse tale. Right? Climate change is not the belief that the climate isn't constant and therefore it's changing. Climate change is the belief that man is living out of harmony with nature. And if we do not alter our lifestyles and repent from our profligate ways, the earth, seas, and skies themselves will rise up to smite us down and destroy all that we have built. Okay? That's an apocalypse story. I don't quite know why every faith seems to have an obsession with understanding the end of times, but I observe that they do. A less obvious one, that is only less obvious until I say it for the first time, the trans movement. What's the thing that interested me about the trans movement was I actually knew trans communities. I knew the trans community in San Francisco a decade before this stuff hit the front page. And then it hit the front pages. And all of a sudden, this to me was really interesting, tens of millions of Americans who had never knowingly met a trans person, had never given the issue a matter of thought, suddenly had this passion for this issue. I wonder what's going on here. And then I realized at the heart of the trans issue, at the heart of the trans issue, somebody shows up and says, I'm trapped in the wrong body. Now, everybody gets distracted into arguing whether that's meaningful or you can be born the wrong gender or whatnot. We forget to look at the basics, which is, okay, what you've just told me, you, secularist, you non-binary advocate, you member of the trans movement, you believe that there is a you, that there's a me that is separate from my body, that is truer, a truer indication of who I am. We can't test for it. We can't observe it. But it's there and it defines the truth of who I am in a way that this outer shell does not. Seems to me that every faith I've ever encountered has that belief. Usually call it the soul. Okay? So I go through it and I show that this is a real religion because it fills metaphysical needs. And it addresses spiritual questions. And I think that you can do that with many of these things. One of the reasons that as Professor Ellis spoke about yesterday, one of the reasons that Marxism kind of collapsed, and what you get in its wake is cultural Marxism, is that Marxism Just ignored too many questions. Religion is the opiate of the masses. It's stupid. We're going to ignore it. Well, maybe that's right, except that it also answers questions you can't answer. Okay? There is nothing within the Marxist framework that tells me where my grandparents went after they died, or where my kids were before I met their mother. Okay? You can't answer. So you need to weld on other parts. And this is what we're seeing. And we do need, and this is why I believe that the strongest argument against some of the woke stuff that's being taught, particularly in public schools, is that it's an establishment of religion. Okay? But nobody has brought that case, because there has never been a case in American history where someone has said, what you're doing is establishing your religion in the public sphere, and the defense has been, we're not a religion. Okay? The question has never been answered. There have been weak attempts to answer what is a religion in the free exercise realm, mostly around conscientious objectors during the Vietnam War. They are uniformly recognized as inadequate, incoherent, inconsistent, and impossible to apply. We don't know. We do know that there are entire bodies of law that only apply to religion, but we don't know what a religion is. And that's a problem.
You talk about Constantine, and that is like the beginning of this Christian structure. And then in America, this Protestant movement becomes the Protestant structure. But I mean, I've never looked at it like that. It was very interesting. I really enjoyed the whole conversation. But I think it leaves out the fact that Constantine was like catching up with his culture. Christian people were helping people in the plague. They were risking their lives. They were out there allowing themselves to be, well, they didn't really have a choice, but to be thrown to the lions and things like that. And they were like demonstrating their faith. And I think Constantine just kind of came along at the last tail of that. And then he put a structure on it, which many would say may not have helped it. In the same way, pilgrims came here just to escape so they could have their own faith. And many, many people came to America. I mean, a lot came for business, the London Company and all that, but a lot of people did come from their faith. And they do, for the most part, did have a mindset that was similar, but it's hard to see it as a Protestant structure or whatever, in my mind anyways, because, I mean, Jewish people came from the very beginning. Rhode Island was known for being a very multicultural state, but if you were in Massachusetts, they were very strong about their faith, that, you know, you had to be a certain way. So I think it's more organic is my point, that's all.
Well, there's obviously an important organic component. When I talk about structure, I'm talking about governance structures, which is, you know, how we deal with people under law. Let me say, by the way, I'm Jewish, so I take no position at all on, you know, the theology of Christianity. Okay, I have no position at all on you know, on what, or Islam, by the way. I've you want to know deeply offensive religious statements. I couldn't believe that both George W. Bush and Barack Obama gave speech after speech after speech where they told people what the truth of Islam is. And I thought, I cannot imagine anything more offensive. If I were a Muslim, I mean, you know, you're outside the faith. You do not have a right to an opinion as to what the truth of my faith is. Maybe you have a right to an opinion as to what the truth of your faith is. But to stand up and say, well, look, I'm not a Muslim, but the truth of true Islam is peace. It's like, no, no. You want to know what true Islam is? Ask Muslims. Okay? Presidents don't get to talk about that. Governance structures are necessary, and I'm just talking about within the denomination. I'm talking literally, how do you run a country? And you do need those things. And yes, obviously they're going to emerge out of the culture. Okay, I mean that's where you know, there's always a cultural idea that precedes its realization, whether you're making a product or you're forming a government. So absolutely, but I don't, I mean, you know, and by the way, it turns out that you know, those first couple of hundred years of pre-Constantine Christianity have proved to be very important because they injected elements of humility in Christianity that many other movements, I mean, you know, Islam never had that. Right? Islam was trying, in fact, the Islamic argument was kind of hard to refute. If we weren't touting God's newly revealed truth, why have we been so successful? I mean, that's a pretty compelling argument. So, you know, but yeah, you do need, and absolutely, the concretization of an idea is always going to follow its cultural development.
Dr. Abramson, or for anybody, you mentioned Vatican II. I'm curious about the reforms. I know it's controversial post World War II and what have you. And as it relates to the initial doctrine of Catholicism or Christianity, would you say the reforms made in Vatican II have helped or hindered, or what are your thoughts on that? I know it's debated in the
Right. So, you know, I'm a big fan of this stuff that says let's get along better with the Jews. I take it personally. But I think, you know, Vatican II was a huge reform. And right now there are a lot of people who want to view it as a holistic thing and say I either like it or I don't. And since I'm not in favor of the vernacular Mass, I'd like to throw out the whole set of reforms. Or, you know, I don't like what they did to liturgy or ritual, I want to throw out the whole set of reforms. But Nostra Aetate is really the first attempt for the church. I mean, this is really the church realizing that they're not in charge anymore, and they're not going to get back in charge. And they are now the world's single largest and single most important denomination, but they're still one among many. And it really starts a lot of introspection. And yes, there is, you know, I'm not up on canon law. I'm not up on how the Vatican reforms its doctrine. I know that, you know, I know that it is easier to reform Catholic doctrine than it is to undo Jewish law that's already been decided. You know, personally, I think there's been tremendous development, and they're still agonizing over it. And I've read an article, I forget the name, it was written by Pope Benedict. And he says straight out, you know, people want to know why the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah. Well, the Jews say the Messiah will enter in an era of peace, and we're clearly not living in an era of peace. And it's true, if you go back to original doctrine, to original Christian doctrine, there are two sets of prophecies about the Messiah, the Old Testament prophets. There are the signs that the Messiah is coming, and there are signs that the Messiah is already here. And early Christianity focused very intently on the signs that the Messiah is coming. But in reality, it's easier to ride into Jerusalem on a white donkey than it is to get a wolf to lie down with a lamb. Okay? The first happened, the second didn't. So you do get that. There was another very important document done under Pope Francis that came out on the 50th anniversary of Nostra Aetate, which says amazing stuff. It says amazing stuff, and it actually goes to some of the difficulties. He says, the Jews can be saved, but how the Jews can enter the kingdom of heaven without passing through Christ remains a divine mystery. That's huge movement. Okay, that's huge movement. Now, whether non-Catholic denominations want to go there, there's also, we talk now about Christian Zionism. So I keep telling my Jewish friends, you got to be very, very careful, because the Christian Zionist movement and various evangelical movements, they can be pro-Israel for geopolitical reasons, but they see the modern state of Israel as the beginning of the fulfillment of messianic deliverance, ushering in the Messianic era. And in fact, I've even had people tell me that they see that to some extent, the proximity of the Holocaust and the founding of the State of Israel is a crucifixion and resurrection story, which I will tell you right now is not how many Jews see it. So when you talk to Christian Zionists or you talk to evangelicals, you have to be aware that they, unlike most Jews, believe that the modern state of Israel is a step towards messianic deliverance. On the other hand, the Vatican is clear. The reason that they support the modern state of Israel as the homeland of the Jews is that it is not messianic deliverance, and there is no theological significance to it. It is a matter of temporal governance, and the Jews are a nation like all other nations, and they're entitled to a homeland. So you got to be very careful when you talk about these things.
My first question will be for Dr. Abramson. I noticed, and I thought it was really fascinating, how you made the beginning of Western civilization, Alexander the Great invading Judea, and then the establishment of Hellenism. Why not push it back farther? Why not start with Abraham? Why not start with monotheism and the idea that the Creator can be personally known, that the Creator can give you a set of laws to live by that are affirming that sense of the Imago Dei, affirming that sense of individual rights? Why make it at Alexander the Great? I thought it was a really interesting insight, but I just wanted to know sort of your reasoning for that.
Well, I mean, I believe that there was a lot of history before Western civilization. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm not going to start with, I don't feel compelled to start Western civilization with Abraham any more than I feel compelled to start it with Adam. Although clearly there was no Western civilization before Adam. You know, but I actually think that Western civilization is relatively young. It is newer than, it is older than Islamic civilization, but it's a lot younger than either Indic or Chinese. Okay? Those civilizations have been around a lot longer than we have. We are still relatively young. And you know, 1,000 years in civilizational terms is not that long. So, you know, I mean, again, there were obviously precursors, right? I mean, there was a Hellenistic culture before Alexander conquered Judea, and there was a Judean culture before Alexander conquered Judea. But I think that Western civilization, I mean, this is not original to refer to the West as the marriage of Athens and Jerusalem. It is hardly novel at this point. But, you know, again, maybe we can quibble about when Athens and Jerusalem got married, but it sure as hell wasn't before they met.
Thank you both for your presentations today. I do have a question, but first I just want to make sure I'm understanding a few things correctly. So, Dr. Hall, you mentioned that the founders had some idea based of sinfulness based in Christianity. Was that right?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. And this seems to me to be somewhat in contradiction with Locke and Enlightenment thinking, because at least in my case, when I learned about the American Revolution, I learned about it as a product of the Enlightenment. And Dr. Abramson, in yours, you spoke about the conflict or differences between the American Revolution and the French Revolution, with how possibly the French Revolution took Enlightenment thinking too far to utopianism. So I'm just wondering, is there a tension between Enlightenment thinking and Christian values, specifically when it comes to the American founding? Is it one? Is it the other? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of my scholarly career arguing that the influence of John Locke and the Enlightenment and the American founding is vastly overstated. And there's a variety of ways you can get at this. One of my favorite things to do, and it's done by others, I'm drafting off them, is to look at who's reading Locke and what they're reading. Locke isn't even in America until about the 17 teens, when a bulky 3-volume edition of his works shows up. And there it's mostly in university libraries, and people are pretty much only reading his essay on human understanding and discussing that. The Letter on Toleration gets some play in the First Great Awakening in the 1730s. Really, no one's talking about the Second Treatise of Government until you get to the 1770s, and we're in the midst of the imperial crisis where they're appealing to this. But you don't need to go to Locke for any justification of this, because within Reformed communities, going back to Calvin, but then certainly Knox and Ponet and Rutherford and others, you have this really robust development of a resistance ideology that is alive and well long before Locke wrote the Second Treatise. And you even have some great quotations by people like John Adams saying things like, well, I disagree with Luther and Calvin and Melanchthon on the metaphysical specifics, talking about theology, but without them, the revolution never would have occurred. So frankly, and Locke can, of course, be read in different ways, and I've read some of the literature on this. I'm just not all that interested in Locke because I think his influence is fairly minimal in the American founding.
One thing I might also mention in that respect, to my mind, the first full comprehensive account of natural law and the natural rights doctrine of the founding that you see in North America, at least to my understanding, is from the Puritan minister John Wise in, I think it's 1717 or maybe in 1707, the vindication of the church governments of New England. And he develops this account of natural law, of equality that we would recognize in the Declaration of Independence or other formative documents from the founding era. And to my knowledge, to my recollection, Wise does not quote Locke at all. His source for much of this, to the extent that he quotes somebody or cites somebody, is Samuel Pufendorf. And so there's this account of natural law, this account of the moral foundations of government that's incorporated there in these thinkers that are emerging in Europe in the 17th and 18th century. And of course, John Locke himself is writing in this Christian context, right? People love to quote the second treatise of government. The first treatise of government is devoted to this theological question of what is the right to rule? And what does Christianity have to say about this question of the right to rule? And Locke there is arguing against Fillmore and the patriarchal account that rule is inherited from the father, right? But Locke is giving an alternative Christian approach to that. And so there's this interesting Christian foundation here that emerges before what people tend to think of as the Enlightenment, right? The French Enlightenment or things like that seem to be occurring later on. And it's, I think, difficult to put all those things under this umbrella of Enlightenment.
And, you know, I'd also just toss in that all of these writers, you know, you want to look at Locke, look at Marx, they're post-Christian in a way that they are not post-Confucian or post-Vedic or post-Islamic. Okay, I mean, you can't, you know, they can talk down the parts of Christianity that they dislike, but in fact, you know, the parts of Christian society is just so embedded within them. It's the platform in which everything that they're doing works. That you know, things are coming through. Tom Holland wrote a great book called Dominion, and he basically shows that pretty much every category of discussion we have, whether you think of it as Christian or anti-Christian or secular, every category of our discourse comes out of the church at some point or another.
So in the earlier session, I made a kind of provocative comment about how difficult it is to make a unified theory of the American founding or the political thought of the founding. And this Locke question is an example of this. While it could be the case that the second treatise is overstated, I think it's also the case that Americans were citing him quite early. I think Craig Urish in his book says that, for example, Connecticut clergy were quoting him on conquest as early as the 1720s with respect to native land claims, for example. So, you know, that raises, I guess, a larger question. That is trying to think about, say, representativeness. If you take out, say Jefferson, and you take out Madison and the syllogism, you know, what's left of the syllogism afterwards? You know, or what's left of an alternative syllogism, and how much can we do it? It seems like the argument against the wall metaphor is way better than the argument against the second part of the syllogism. Because the second part of the syllogism, you know, whether or not Jefferson and Madison equal the founding, you know, leads you to some really interesting questions, because that means, you know, a lot's going to hang on James Wilson or John Adams or Roger Sherman, and that leads to really, really, you know, tricky problems. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
So this question really gets at my entire scholarly career, which has been trying to expand the discussion. So I've done that in a couple of different ways, and I'm just telling you my experience. There's others I can point to that's done excellent work. So for instance, I've written individual books on James Wilson and Roger Sherman. That's one way to get at it. I've co-edited 3 different books that profiles about 32 founders. And so again, that's so Jefferson, Madison, these guys are included in those books, but then you get well beyond that to get to your Oliver Ellsworth and Patrick Henry and John Jay and this sort of thing. And then I use this metaphor, the students don't get it, but I edited a phone book size collection of primary source documents coming out of the American founding called the Sacred Rights of Conscience, primarily from the early colonies to the early republic. And one of the things we're trying to do, I actually had a chance to do this once. I went through every high school text I could get my hands on and looked at how they treated religious liberty in America. And almost all of them just drew a straight line: Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Virginia experience, First Amendment. And part of my life's goal is to make people understand there's a lot more going on than that. And if we want to have a full and accurate account of religion, of religious liberty, of church-state relations from the American founding, we just have to turn our eyes from a Madison and Jefferson, as important and influential and interesting as they are, and look at the broader constellation. Some of this has to do with my understanding of documents. So there are some scholars who believe you can understand the Declaration of Independence just by thinking really hard and studying Thomas Jefferson really, really hard. And I think that's a mistake. I think Jefferson was the primary initial drafter, but there was a committee of 5 that made changes. And then the Congress made something like 80 changes to Jefferson, the draft that came out of committee. And so I think we have to understand a document like the Declaration of Independence as a product of a community, and look broadly at what this community understood. For instance, to give you a real obvious cash out of this, there are some scholars that would say, well, obviously the God of the Declaration is nature, because Jefferson was a deist and didn't believe in a traditional conception of God. And that might be right with respect to Jefferson, but with respect to almost everyone else that had a hand in drafting the Declaration, the creator is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, a God that is absolutely interested in and intervening in human affairs.
I think even if you want to focus on Jefferson, I mean, one of the things that people don't talk about, there's a book called the Jefferson Bible. Okay? What Jefferson did was, Jefferson was not a classic Christian. He went into the Gospels and he just pulled out all the miracles. And what he's left with was it the life and morals of Jesus of Nazareth? So when I talk about there being an objective, biblically based morality, that's it.
So I probably should have asked this question at the earlier panel when we were talking about Locke's influence, but since it's been brought up again, do we only ascertain influence through quotations or for instance, Locke, right? Like Locke, the Bible and Montesquieu are quoted more than Locke, statistically, right? But for instance, Trenchard and Gordon are strongly smuggling in Lockean arguments, and Cato's letters are quoted by more than anyone in the early period. They both quote Locke, and then they appropriate Locke at that time. And then being a Franklin scholar, Franklin famously never tells you who he's quoting, but he's stealing from everyone. So you have to go through all the primary sources, right, to compare. So is it fair to say Locke has minimal influence, like the right to revolution, that is clearly a Locke, at least it's articulated in a Lockean manner. And I certainly think that would be highly influential, right, to the founding. So yeah, just to formulate as a question is, how would you say we should judge or evaluate influence?
So I guess I would say you're right, that you have to be far more comprehensive. You have to get after things. You can't just look for references to Locke's name. You can look for ideas and so forth and so on. But I think that is part of the story, right, that you would want to say. If someone is, one of the worst books I've ever read argues that really the founders were influenced by Spinoza. And then he goes on to say, well, there's no evidence that anyone ever referred to Spinoza or said Spinoza or had Spinoza in their library. But look, this idea is similar to that idea. It's just a horrible argument. I would kind of make that argument in reverse. So John Calvin, for instance, in the last edition of the Institutes of the Christian Religion, 1559, is crystal clear that inferior magistrates may properly resist a superior magistrate who becomes a tyrant. But he limits it to inferior magistrates. But then there's 3 times after that where he actually speculates in a commentary in a couple letters, well, maybe the people themselves could do this. Even as Calvin is finishing this up, you have John Knox up in Scotland saying, no, 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 the people themselves have a duty to resist tyrants. And this is developed by Goodman and Ponet and Rutherford, a whole host of folks. And of course, you have a flippin' English Civil War before Locke ever publishes the second treatise, right? So I think these ideas, and all of them, government by the consent of the governed, the idea of individuals as rights bearers, limited government, the right to resist tyrannical authority, I think this is alive and well in reformed communities, which then are 50 to 75% of Americans in the late 18th century. And so to my way of thinking, I think an excellent case can be made that these, what we oftentimes refer to as Lockean ideas, were alive and well long before Locke ever published a second treatise, and they were transmitted in ways other than Locke. Locke is certainly plagiarized by Jefferson, which would be another way to get at things, right? We know he's plagiarizing Jefferson. There are some references to the second treatise in the 1770s. It's interesting, though, the second treatise more or less disappears in American discourse until the 1930s. So again, I think just generations of political scientists, mostly, I'll mostly blame them, that's my background, have overemphasized Locke. And so if I try to push him far down a bit, that's maybe my reaction to that, to get people to think about other sources of these ideas.
Thank you all very much for your talk. So we were talking about religion and the founding, but the concept of civilization keeps kind of bubbling up in part of this, and I think obviously the question of religion is integral to that, but I've got I'm not exactly clear. So I mostly want to get your guys' opinions on this. What would you call a civilization? Dr. Abramson gave us a sort of a historical narrative of Western civilization, but what is Western civilization, if you could define it for us?
I think the political science literature actually goes into definitions of civilization. Huntington did a good job when he talks about a clash of civilizations. I don't recall the formal notion, but I mean, it is a very large grouping of people that cohere over some set of ideas and institutions and cultural beliefs. And I don't know, I defer to our political scientists to come up with a more formal and technical definition, but that's how I think about it.
That sounds good to me. Okay. It really does.
I have one very brief question for Dr. Hall. You mentioned that George Washington's favorite biblical verse was Micah 4:4. What is that verse? Is that swords into plowshares?
Yeah, that is. It gives me an excuse to read a quotation, which I love. The letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, which you referenced, I love. It's a beautiful letter. Here's how that letter concludes. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercy scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way everlastingly happy. There are 7 separate citations or quotations of the Hebrew scriptures in that little paragraph alone, including this business about the vine and the fig tree, which is Micah 4:4, which makes sense, right? It's an eschatological image of someone, and this would really appeal to a man of war, I think, being able to just sit in safety under his own vine in fig tree, private property and sustenance, right?
Well, wonderful. I think that is all the time we have. So thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our excellent panelists here. We are going to take a quick break, and then we are going to return to our pedagogy session for the Liberty Fellows.